result. Most often, the massive antigen usually saturates the binding sites, that's the capture and detection antibody, separately before they can bridge. That's lowering the result or the signal, making the signal drops. So most often in sandwich immunoassays, SS antigen saturates the capture and detection antibody separately, so fewer complexes bridge. From my diagram, I'm not too sure if it's too clear from the screen, but I have 3 diagrams. So the third one shows high doses of biomarker causing SS antibodies or not to bridge. So at the end of the day, making the concentrations lower than the actual concentration. So this is a graphical illustration. So elevated or very high concentration. Actually touching on this because this has been a historic artifact in diagnosis, especially laboratory diagnosis. So there's been a lot of publications from the past early 80s till now talking about hook effect, and it's still with us in the laboratory. 5189 2022 talks about risk identification. So you're looking at your processes, what are the potential risks that will affect your laboratory result. So as MDS Lancet Laboratory, one of the risks we have identified is hook effect in laboratory diagnosis, especially when it comes to immunoassays. So the New England Journal of Medicine, as early as 1980, had published PSA hook effect in metastatic PCA. Actually low and gave misleading results. So case number 2 also talks about an infant with a normal tumor marker. So this infant had a hepatoblastoma, but the result of AFP was actually erroneous. It was erroneously low because of hook effect. So how do we mitigate this, or how was this identified? There was a direct communication between the clinician and then the laboratory staff, because the clinician, after taking history from the patient, realized that the result the laboratory brought was not showing was not pointing to his diagnosis. So at the end of the day, they had the laboratory to repeat on dilution, and then they noticed that it was hook effect. So this was actually published in a journal in 2006. So there was also a systematic review in 2024 of a case of macroprolactinoma, that's hook effect cases. There were 61 patients with confirmed hook effect that's pulled from a literature. 70% of them were males with a mean age of around 40 years. So they had a tumor, they have different tumors. The least among them had a size of 2.9 centimeters. And even that gave hook effect or produced a result that was not representative of the patient. So initially the result they had was 108.1 nanogram per mil, but the true value was actually 38,526. That's how misleading the result was. So the first result was actually a hook in play there. The last case was just last year, that's 2025. It's still happening. That's the ferritin. One analyte that came up strongly was ferritin, especially because it's also an inflammatory marker. So the publication pointed to the fact that ferritin has also joined the analytes that has potential risk of hook effect. So please note, the same dilution and high affinity two-side antibody strategies from 1990s remain the standard countermeasure. So detection is procedural, not automatic. So let's look at the suspicion and then the remedy. How do we suspect hook effect in the laboratory? A marker is normal or only mildly elevated, but imaging or examination shows bulky, high-burden disease. So sometimes in the laboratory, we get normal results, and then the imaging is showing a different picture. So upon dilution, then we turn out to see that indeed there was hook effect. Then also in the laboratory, we have a window to check previous history of a patient. So when you have very high values of a marker that suddenly drops, without any matching clinical improvement or information from the clinician that there's been an intervention or a medication, then we suspect that there could be a likelihood of hook effect. Okay, the remedy, usually we use dilutions to do, to remedy the situation. We dilute the patient sample and then run on a diluted sample, and then it corrects. But even with the issue of dilution, there are lots of issues with dilution, because in recent times there's been issue of what dilution reagent are you using. Most of when we talk about dilution, people think it's all about using distilled water or using water to do dilution. But currently we are using manufacturer recommended diluent to do our dilutions. And even that, it is not every analyte in the laboratory that can be diluted. Some analytes cannot be diluted. So it depends on the manufacturer's recommendation with the dilution. Otherwise, you get an erroneous result as well. So we are running away from hook effect. And now we are also meeting another issue with what diluent you are using. So that is the issue with that. So we recommend talking to the clinicians directly. So you talk to the lab directly as a clinician in a situation where your tumor markers does not correlate with the result we are giving you, because at the end of the day, there could be a hook in play there. Okay, so in MDS Lancet, we've identified some analytes that over the period, when we placed in this risk identification, we've identified some analytes that has potential or are prone to high dose hook effect. The first one is AFP. That's alpha fetoprotein. Then the carcinoembryogenic antigens like the CA125, C153, and then also prostate specific antigen PSA, and then your ACG, then kappa lambda, free light chain, prolactin, thyroglobulin, and then the growth hormones. Some of these analytes over the period. So we have incident management. So when we identify it, we document it. So we have the data in the laboratory. So with precision diagnostic in cancer management. So in MDS Lancet, we have the following: breast cancer, prostate cancer, colorectal cancer, cervical cancer, ovarian cancer, and multiple myeloma test. Okay, so for breast cancer, we have imaging studies, mammography, screening, and diagnostic in Quest Medical Imaging. We have breast ultrasound, we have breast MRI, high risk and dense breast. So those are some of the images from our facility, QMI, Quest Medical Imaging. Then with the laboratory tests, we have core biopsy, histopathology. In the past, we used to send our biopsy samples to South Africa, but in recent times, we have pathologists on site. So our TATs or turnaround times have really been improved. We have ERPR, HER2 receptor status. We have Ki67 proliferation index. We have the BRCA1, BRCA2 genetic testing. And then for prostate cancer as well, we have the multi-parametric MRI of the prostate, and then transrectal ultrasound, and then bone scan. For the laboratory test, we have PSA, free to total PSA ratio, and then the TRUS guide biopsy histopathology, and then the Gleason score. So for colorectal cancer, we have imaging such as colonoscopy with biopsy, then CT, colonography, CT chest, abdomen, pelvic staging, pelvic MRI, endorectal US. So the laboratory tests, you have thick occult blood test, biopsy, histopathology, CA tumor markers. And these are all with improved TATs. In the past, the TATs or the turnaround time, when I say TATs, the turnaround times were a bit extended because we were shipping some of the samples or the tests to South Africa, but currently we do most of them locally because, as I said, it's about risk identification. So the question is, if a clinician is waiting for a result and you're unable to give the result within a specified time duration, it's still a risk to the patient. So as part of management's way to improve the service to our clinicians, we try to test most of these labs locally just to improve management of patients. So we have pelvic MRI, CT, abdomen, pelvis, PET, CT, chest x-ray, and we have pathologists on site that review the result for you to get it same day, and you can also have discussions with them with this result at Quest Medical Imaging. We also have the pap smear cytology, the liquid-based cytology, HPV DNA, and genotype testing, as well as histopathology. Then for ovarian cancer, we have the transvaginal ultrasound, pelvic and abdominal CT, MRI of the pelvis. And as I mentioned, we still have pathologists that can take you through the same day. For the laboratory testing, we have the CA125, surgical biopsy and histopathology, the BRCA1, BRCA2 genetic testing. And we have some few. Then for multiple myeloma, we have whole body low dose CT, we have MRI, spine, or of the pelvis as well, and then we have skeletal survey. Then for the laboratory test, you have serum protein electrophoresis and immunofixation. With the serum protein electrophoresis, the results are same day. If you bring it, we can give you results on the same day. Then we have serum free light chain ratio, also with improved TAT, maximum 4 hours. Then we have beta-2 microglobulin, calcium, and creatinine, same day results within few hours. And the results there were actually churned from MDS Lancet Laboratory Lab. So these are the list of my references. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing us to serve your patients across the country.
A round of applause once again for Lancet Laboratories for that presentation. Again, housekeeping rules, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to visit the washroom, once you step out of the main door, you take your right, go straight, washroom for the ladies. For the gentlemen, you have to walk down the stairs a bit towards the gate, and then you can visit the washroom. The next presentation will be received from EDC, that is EcoBank Development Corporation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's invite them onto the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me have some energy in the house. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good. So I'm speaking to you briefly. I'm coming from EDC. We are a fund manager. So I'm speaking to you briefly on the topic, the roadmap to financial independence. And the whole idea is to make sure that as you take care of our lives, you also pay attention to your own finances. So the slides will come, but let me start by making a few important statements as the slides come. Medicine teaches you to plan complications. Personal finance asks you to plan for seasons when your energy, time, or income may change. Every day, you help patients extend their lives. But the quiet question many doctors avoid is this: if I stop working today, would my finances still have a pause? You have spent years learning how to save lives in the theater, but the question that keeps many professionals awake at night is this: who is managing the financial life you are building outside the hospital? And maybe the last important statement: many doctors postpone financial planning because the patients feel more urgent. We need to save lives. Yet, the most compassionate decision you can make for your future is to start today. And we are passionate about this subject matter because we are Pan-African Bank. When you look at the revenue of one company, or if you want, the sales of one company in the USA called Walmart, and you compare to the GDP of the 30 African countries, the sales of that one country, the sales of that one country is 2.2 times the GDP of 30 African countries. And if you look at the GDP of one state in the USA, California state, at 1.5 times the GDP of the African continent. So as a Pan-African bank, the issue of wealth creation is so important to us. And for those who believe in the Bible, the Lord Jesus Christ makes an important statement. For everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have in abundance. But him who does not have, even the little he has will be taken away from him. And a rich man also said, if you took all the money in the world and divided it equally among everybody, it will soon be back in the same pocket it was before. In the year 2006, I asked myself one important question with my wife. Interestingly, she's here with me. And we asked this question: if we didn't have to work from today, how many months, how many years can we still live our normal life without salary? And it's a question we all need to ask ourselves. If you didn't have to work from this August, how many months can you live your normal life? And if you ask yourself this question, and it's anything less than 3 months, then you need to undergo an emergency financial surgery. 6 months to 1 year is still weak pulse, and you need to get some support. But ultimately, you can get to that point where your response will be for the rest of my life. I would tell you about the traditional thinking that says that get a good education, find a good job, be a medical doctor, work with whatever, work till you are 60 and you get a good pension. This thinking belongs to the old school. It doesn't work in the year 2026 and beyond. And listen to me, if we pay attention to this, it works for everybody. I think in the year 2015, we spoke to a school and a teacher followed up. He's still teaching. Today, this teacher makes about 80,000 cedis every month as passive income. I like the look on your face. And he's still a teacher. Now, so the traditional thinking says once you find a good job, everything is going to be fine. What is the new way of thinking? The new way of thinking is to manage your personal finances so that you are able to do three important things. Number one, you are able to save. Savings means deferred consumption. Number two, you are able to invest whatever you have saved. And ultimately, you want to become financially independent as a medical practitioner. When we talk about financial independence here, what do we mean? It simply means you get to that stage in life where with or without a salary, you can still live the life you want to live. So if you need 10,000 a month for your desired lifestyle, what it means is that you're going to need about 120,000 a year. That is 10,000 multiplied by 12 months. But if you have 1 million Ghana cedis in investment at 18%, that alone will give you about 180,000 a year. If you divided that by 12, that is about 15,000 a month. So you can get to that stage where the return on investment is higher than how much you need to live your desired lifestyle. I would attempt to touch on, and the first and the most important one is that decision that needs to be taken, that I want to become financially independent, because poverty and riches are both based on decisions. If you don't decide to take charge of your finances, financial challenges is likely to be the default. And somebody asked this question: who said money is not important? This life is not all about money, but money must be understood. In fact, almost everything physical can be answered with money. Hello? Money will give you the ability to do more things. And more things here means more things, including more things, plus more things. Money will give you access to better healthcare facilities. True or false? Oh, come on, true or false? I've been told that even the doctors, sometimes the medication, there are different levels. So sometimes, and money will give you access to better educational opportunities. There is a classical story, I don't get tired sharing it. The year 2009, I spoke to some young people in a camp. And a young lady followed up and said, based on what you have shared with us, I'm in secondary school, I'll make 8 A1s. Long story short, she made 8 A1s. What do you want to be? I want to be a medical doctor. She bought forms to the university, admission came. Her name was not on the list. When we followed up, we were told if she would be a fee paying student, she would be admitted. But this young lady was the first daughter of a single mother of 4. The mother called and she said, there is no way I can raise the fee paying they are talking about. So anybody I knew, I sent her results to the person. For some reason, she got some protocol intervention and she gained late admission into medical school. Today, she's a medical doctor. But anytime I remember that young lady, one statement is clear in my mind. And forgive me for the statement, but it is the fact that poverty can make nonsense of intelligence. And I've even been told that money can even make marriage and relationship better. True of us. I had a session, you can laugh over this, but I had a session with the bank, the ladies club of one of the banks about a month ago or so. And I asked a simple question. If you have a man who is always in financial traffic, rent is not being paid, school fees is delaying, Opana, Asemesi, all kinds. And when we flip the coin, that if the man is doing well, and they were giving me names, Odogu, my promise keeper, chairman, and all kinds of names. 3 things will hinder you from taking off in this conversation. Number 1 is procrastination. Number 2 is excuses. And number 3 is blame. We need to deal with these 3 self-imposed limitations. And the second and important key I want to share with you is to plan your finances. It's not enough to take a decision. Beyond time to do that, the last percent of them were getting less than 5,000 a month. In fact, I was in a church about a month or so ago. There is a lady who had worked in one of the medical facilities in Ghana for 39 years. 39 years with a monthly pension of 1,800 cedis. You got to plan for your own old age. Don't take care of patients now. But don't make the mistake of going to build a 10-bedroom house. I call it dream house. Let it remain in your dream. 3-bedroom, maximum 4-bedroom, and the reason is simple. The house you live in is not an income generating asset. So don't work all your life for one house. Third area of planning is the children's education. Once you have children, give them quality education. And 5th area of planning is what I call high life. Or 4th area is giving back. 5th area is important to me, is high life. Make money and chop some. Enjoy some of the money. Take a good vacation. Blow time. What do I mean? A lot of us, we pay the school fees. We pay every other thing apart from putting something away for ourselves. And there is a law called the Parkinson Law. The Parkinson Law explains why most people retire poor. The Parkinson Law states that no matter how much people earn, they will always adjust their lifestyle to match their salary. So as salary is increasing, people are adjusting lifestyle. And I understood this clearly in Takwa when we spoke to a church and asked this simple question. How many of you are not investing because your salaries are not enough? Let me see by hand. The entire church lifted their hand. Then I did a follow-up question. How many of you believe that if your salary is doubled, now it will be enough for you to save and invest? Let me see by hand. Everybody lifted their hand. I called 10 people at random. They wrote their salary for me. The lowest income earner was earning 350 cedis a month. And they believed that if it is double to 700, it will be enough. But among the 10, there was one earning 11,000. One earning 20,000. The guy earning 20,000 thinks it's not enough. And the guy earning 350 thinks it's 70 principle. If you are somebody who 20% of minimum, 20% of every earnings must be invested into your future. Minimum 20%. And invest all windfalls. Never forget that within every income there is food and seed. It is the food that is for consumption. The seed is not for consumption. The seed is for investment. And the way to do that is to watch spending habit. Watch first time spending. Let me state that your salary must dictate what you eat, not your appetite. Can I repeat that? Your salary must dictate what you eat, not your appetite. One of the biggest challenges to your journey towards financial freedom is unhealthy competition, trying to compare yourself with others, living beyond your means. So watch your spending habit, watch first time spending, watch the impulse buying. Don't throw away leftover food. Anytime you throw away leftover food, it is money you are throwing away. You don't borrow to consume. Anytime you borrow to buy a TV, anytime you are watching the TV, in fact, your future income you are watching. Check the receipts when you go to the malls and all that. Financial peace is better than financial show. And financial discipline is what will protect your life and your marriage from financial embarrassment tomorrow. Last but one key I want to share with you is you need to create your own money machine. You need to have some machine that creates money for you, some machine that will bring money back to you. There is a point when you work for money, but there must be a point when money must work for you. 3 types of money machines that you can think around. 1, paper assets. Number 2, properties and real estate. Number 3, getting into business. When I talk about paper assets, I'm talking about simple things like the treasury bills, the treasury bonds, fixed deposit, mutual funds, and then the money works for you. And I love the paper assets because they are quiet. If you don't tell anybody, nobody knows. This teacher who is making 80,000 a month is still teaching, and nobody in the school knows. You can use as a money machine to create cash flow into your future. Please don't forget this statement. Salary is the medicine for managing poverty. Salary does not cure poverty. Only a business or investment will cure poverty. You got to start investing now. Because if you don't find a way to make your money work for you while you are asleep, you are likely to keep working when you have to be sleeping. You can also look at properties, real estate as another area. The only thing about properties is the value is in the location. If you don't get the location right, it's a complete waste of money. And of course, in doing all this, I encourage you to create multiple streams of income. Having multiple streams of income is a necessity and not a luxury. Not everybody can run a side business, but everybody can invest. The least you can do is to invest to create an additional source of income. And there is nothing really wrong with earning salary as an employee today, but there is everything wrong with limiting your income to salary. And this is a hard truth. If your salary is your only source of income, you're a step away from poverty. The least you can do is to invest to create an additional source of income. And the final one I want to share with you this morning is Operation 1 Million. And we started talking about Operation 1 Million a few years ago. The fact that everybody can make $1 million. It must be $1 million. Whether it's $1 million cedi, $1 million, or $1 million naira, you must be a millionaire. And how do you do it? You do it through the concept of little by little and the power of compounding. John D. Rockefeller started working as a clerk, earning $3.75 per week. From this amount, he gave up to his church and saved 50 cents. It wasn't much, but it was a beginning. By the time you take advantage of the power of compounding, I won't bother you, but this is treasury bill rate the last 20 years. Now, when you look at the averages, the average the last 10 years, the last 15 years, the last 20 years, they are between 18 and then 19%. If you use 18% for analysis, anybody in this room who can do 150 cedis every month, within 27 years, it's more than 1 million. 600 cedis every month, within 19 years, it's more than 1 million. 1,000 a month, within 16 years, it's more than 1 million. 3,000 a month, 11 years, it's over 1 million. 6,000 a month, within 8 years, it's over 1 million. I spoke to a church and I asked, how many can do 150 every month? The whole church. 300 a month, the whole church. By the time I got to 3,000, it was only one woman who lifted her hand. 6,000, it was the same woman. So I look at her and said, Madam, you're a powerful woman. And she goes like me, I lifted my hand by faith. But everybody can build up little by little and you can make your first million. Let me give you a table. Let's look at investing 20% of your salary. And let's use the 18%. And let's assume that you will increase your salary increases by 15% every year. Let's look at that. Look at somebody who is on a salary of 5,000 cedis. That is starting with 1,000 Ghana cedis investment a month, based on the assumptions we've just discussed. Within 20 years, this person would have 5.2 million Ghana cedis. Within 30 years, you're looking at 39 million Ghana cedis. Look at somebody on a salary of 12,000 cedis, earning, starting with 2,400 cedis investment. For this person, within 10 years, you're looking at 1.2 million. Within 20 years, so we start with 4,000. Within 10 years, you're looking at 2.1 million. Within 20 years, it's 21 million. Look at somebody on a salary of 40K. Within 10 years, you're looking at 4.2 million. We can go on and on. But everybody, and listen to me, when I talk 10 years, 20 years, a lot of you are thinking it's far away. You remember President J. Kufuor? How many know him? Oh, let me see my hand. You know he's still alive. You know the election he won. The year of the election he won. That made him the president of Ghana. It was the year 2000. This is the 26th year. Somebody said, wow. That is how time flies. And the thing about what we are discussing this morning is, whether you do it or you don't do it, the 20 years will come. Two of us. I just met my friend from Lancet, and he said, Absu, senior Absu, and we had a good conversation outside. We went to St. Augustine's College together. But you know what? I went to speak to the school recently. I left St. Augustine's 31 years ago. So you need to act now. You need to act today. It's the reason why we have a desk outside, and you can start with 20 cedis, with 50 cedis. You need to start building up. And the target is that you want to make at least 1 million Ghana cedis. Look at even 20,000 plus 500 cedis every month, growing by 10% every year. Within 20 years, it's 2.5 million. Look at 50K plus 1,000 every month. Within 15 years, it's 2 million. Look at 100K plus 2K every month. Within 20 years, you're looking at 4.1 million. Even 10 years, it's 1.4 million. 200K plus 4K every month. Within 10 years, 2.9 million. 500 plus 10,000 every month. Within 10 years, 7.5 million. But the target is you must make a minimum of how much? Come on, let me see if you are here. A minimum of how much? 1 million. 1 year 1 million. It must be the minimum. And I'm telling you, it is possible. There's a gentleman who sat in a session like what we are sitting in 2012. And at that time, we had not even launched it as a campaign. But he came to the office and we decided that, okay, he wants to make 1 million. By 2016, 2017, he had crossed the 1 million. We said, okay, let's attempt and see if we can change it to $1 million. I met him 2 weeks ago. His portfolio is $1.5 million today. If you are in this auditorium and you don't believe that you can be a millionaire, you are right. You won't be a millionaire. If you are here and you believe that it's in Thomas's, everybody believes that they can be a millionaire. So where do you start from? And let me conclude. These are some of our products. We have the balance fund. The EDC balance fund, that year to date has done 27.65% already. Of course, it has some equities in there. We have the retirement fund that has done 16.5 already. You know now treasury bill rates are underwater. 5-6%. If you are lucky, 7%. But these are funds that will give you returns far better than the treasury bills. And we have about 6 of them. Emmanuel is behind there with Vero. I encourage you, pick a form. You can use Momo, you can use your bank app, and let's start your journey towards the minimum of how much? The minimum is how much? And the balance fund, interestingly, has equities in the US, some of the Ghana Stock Exchange, very interesting fund, and I encourage you to start. Anything is achievable. And financial independence for anybody in this room is possible. These are 4 pictures taken at the same place, and that is the ruler of Dubai. Anything is achievable, and financial independence is possible. And of course, those who want to take this knowledge to another level can also get copies of. I was giving 30 minutes. I believe that I will do lower than the 30 minutes. But get copies of the books outside and read them. Okay. Foundation for financial independence. Financial independence is possible. Operation 1 million Ghana cedis. Don't go. Multiple streams of income. How to own your first house. Retirement planning. Marriage and finance. Among others. There are about 8 of them. And they are not expensive at all. Cheap. A copy is just 100 cedis. Why? I was in a conference in Mauritius last month, and I bought a book in the conference, and I sent to my wife. And she said, "Why are you sending?" I said, "I bought a book. It's so cheap." And then she asked me how much. I said, $100. But this is 100 cedis, not $100. In fact, but if you want all the 8, you can pick it for 500 cedis. For all the 8. You are already at the crossroads. You have a life-changing decision to make. Will you create a retirement that you want? Or you take the one that shows up? If you don't create what you want, you will not like what shows up. And David Chilton, the wealthy barber, says, the best time to plant an oak tree is 20 years ago. And the next best time, 18. Or the day you started work, or 5 years ago. And the next best time is now. I am done, but let me use a minute to just share a story, and I will hand over to the moderator. You know, 5 years ago, I needed to go and do some work around the country. I was going to Kumasi, Takrady, Cape Coast, and back. Look at me. So I went by route. I went with the driver, and we're using the Land Cruiser, the V8. So I've cracked to Kumasi. There were policemen. So I asked the driver, but they are stopping everybody. Why is he asking us to pass? So because of the V8. So I asked my driver, what has the V8 done? He said, 2 groups of people use it. Number 1, people who have accomplished. And people who have served the country, made money, accomplished. Police will not worry them. Number 2 is politicians. I didn't honestly believe it. So I told him, stop telling me this Anansi story. We spent 3 days in Kumasi to Takwa. I was tired, so I was asleep. And I heard the driver calling, Mr. Manti, look at very well. This man, yours truly, I was sitting at the back. I also lifted my hand like that. Regional minister for 1 day. I took the salute. So I get to Takwa, and then I called a friend actually, in town. I like networking. So let's have lunch. So he comes and says, he calls me Osofu. He kept shouting, Osofu. I said, why? He said, Black V8, it does magic. I said, why? He said he did a trip from Takrady to Accra, return journey. He flew. But when he was going back, when he got to Kotoka, at that time Kotoka, they said that they had closed the counter. So he was stranded. So he called a friend. And the friend said, don't worry, I'll get my driver to pick you to Takrady. And the driver came. And the driver came with a V8. And the color was black. So he opened the front door to see. The driver says, no, V8, you don't sit at the front. Go to the back. No problem. He sits down, straps his seatbelt, and driver asks, where did my boss say I should take you to? He said, Takrady. Driver says, no problem. Today, I'll show you the power of black V8. And they move from Kotoka, and the driver switches on the hazard. He said the speed, he hasn't seen some before. He prayed from Accra to Takrady. God, you know my children are young. Don't let me die before my time. They left Accra International Airport, Kotoka, at 5 p.m. Exactly at 7 p.m., they were in Takrady. 2 hours, they got to Takrady, and the guy says, we did it in 2 hours. Get down and let me go back to Accra. Please, I am done. Go and make money. I said, go and we've set up a desk outside that will help you to. That will help you to. So go and make money. When you make money, chop some. Enjoy some of the money. but at a certain stage in your life, please buy a good car. In buying a good car, if you decide to buy a V8, the color must be.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do another round for EDC. And interestingly, just some few days ago, I was also fortunate to sit in perch in a black V8 right here in town. And whilst we were moving around, we got to a security zone. And before I could realize, the police officer, they just gave the salute. This one, I was sitting in front though, but he gave the salute, and I also enjoyed it beautifully and went away. So the power of V8 is true, and we must all aspire. And if we follow the recommendations of EDC, I believe we all should be able to drive in V8 someday or sometime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving on, let's invite Stanbic Bank to give us their presentation. Please, let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much. Indeed, I stand on all the protocols in this meeting, and I say a good morning to everyone here. All protocol observed. A lot has been shared by our friends on the other side, EcoBank, and we are here to only continue and to keep reminding everyone here that indeed it's very necessary to start saving and to start early. We are here with a specially curated product for medical professionals. All through the advanced world, you will notice that people who are into healthcare, medical, in the medical sector are very well taken care of. Over here is the other way around. Those in, even the nurses, you can imagine what they go through here and the kind of salaries that they receive. Sometimes when you engage them, it's very sad. And doctors work very hard. I have doctors I look after, and anytime you call them, they are busy, they are in the theater, have to take care of their family needs, and they are always busy. And we asked ourselves, what can we do for such an important sector of our economy? So we came up with the Ghana Medical, in partnership with the Ghana Medical Association, we've come up with a medical proposition for only people in the healthcare sector. And we want you to benefit from it. We have carefully looked at your life cycle. We have carefully looked at the doctor, their lifestyle, from even the students in medical school, some of who are here, that we have something for you. And we are only and trying to encourage you that you take advantage of it as early as possible so that you can get the most value out of it. It is also interesting to note that some time ago, I believe when I was very small, I used to hear parents and the generation of the time saying that, oh, we are looking after you so that when we grow old, you come and look after us. I don't Gen Z generation, the kind of children that you are going to have, the kind of world that they are going to grow in, I don't think that they are going to grow up and think that they have to cater for their parents financially. They would have started their lives, they will be living their lives, and they will not really be bothered financially. Yes, the care will be there, and if you are not even careful, they will be asking why you didn't leave anything for them, or you don't have anything substantial in place for them. So when we come to finances, you must plan your life as if from now to the day you are called home, you are in charge of your life financially. And Stanbic is very happy to partner with the GMA to bring you this offering. So I'll just quickly start off with the medical students. For a medical student, we don't want to burden you. We know you are students. You are not earning yet, but we want to catch you young. We want you to join the bandwagon early enough. So we want you to establish your banking relationship. And it's very important. The kind of financial partner that you want to start with is very, very necessary. We are going to be doing, for the medical students aspect, career counseling, mentorship programs, financial literacy activities. And even next week, we are back with the students at UAS so that we can take them through a financial literacy session. It's all part of the proposition that we are offering to you. So it's very, very important that you take advantage of it. For all the medical people in the GMA, the members, we have what we call the group practice financing, which is available for you. Now, there's something interesting about financing. You always need to have financial goals. And that is why we are here. We are here to help you to set up your financial goals. One of the key ways that you can leverage funds is when you have a plan and you have a financial provider who is able to support you. At the moment, and for a good number of months now, the Ghana reference rate has been coming down consistently. It's just the month of July and August that it came up a bit marginally. And it's hovering around 10.61. So interest rates generally have come down. And that's how come treasury bill rates are now hovering as low as 5-6%. If you are lucky, you get the 7%. So this is the time. If you ask me, this is the time to borrow. This is the time that we encourage you to borrow if you can. To acquire the asset, like I said, you should always have something in mind. You are not borrowing to spend on frivolous things or things that will not add value to you. If you are borrowing to buy something of value, like to buy a land, to start building, so that maybe in 5-10 years time, you can be able to find a place to lay your head, that is good. It ties into your financial planning. If you are doing borrowing to help you, maybe to better your skill set, to take on courses so that you can be paid more, so that your value on the market goes up, that is a good way to leverage lending. So all those are good. For the average student, we have what we call the Achiever account. You can start with 0 in that account. Although we encourage you to put something in it. You start that account. It comes with a free debit card. It comes with free online and digital banking solutions. You don't need to worry about paying anything for that as a medical student. So we encourage the students here. Please take advantage of that because we believe that it will help you to go on. And then we also have for the medical students investment opportunities. There's something we call starting with something around 25 CDs on a monthly. We have a chart which we can share with you. You will be able to save up something significant, 200,000, and then you can use that 200,000 to do something, and then you do another 200,000. So as you go along, before you realize, you have significant money available to you as well to use to better your education and all of that. We are also able to help you. I mean, our solutions are widespread. Our branches are almost everywhere. We are also able to help you in terms of the cards that we issue. You have a Visa card. You can use that. It will help you. We won't charge you for the Visa card. It's a completely free service for the students. And I mean, as soon as you start your cycle, you become like a junior doctor. Now you start earning something. Okay. When you start earning something, we encourage you to start saving immediately. Even now, we encourage you to start saving. Some of you, of course, you are being looked after by your parents and all of that. But please start saving. Even if it's 10 CDs that you are putting down, is better than not saving at all. So we encourage the students here. We'll help you. Like I said, we are not going to be charging you on the account to dissuade you or to discourage you. And for today, all those who set up accounts, we have something special for you. So we encourage you, the students, please, before you leave here, talk to a Stanbic rep and get started on the account. Then we come to those who are in junior practice. Like I said, we have personal loan up to 500,000, which you can leverage. We give you a premium debit card. It's the gold card. In the Visa range of, in the Visa world, the card that you hold tells your status. And the gold card comes with benefits. So you are able to show your gold card at the airport. You get free lounge access. Sometimes there are too many people around where you are waiting to catch your flight. And you want to go, not that you are too known, but you just have to sit somewhere where you can catch up on your emails and then maybe connect with certain people in there as well. I mean, the card will give you access to the lounge and it's free. So we issue that for you now. It's temporary. So as the rate comes down, you benefit from it. We are coming up with a fixed rate structure so that it can support those who still insist that they want a fixed rate. At least we are able to come up with it. And that one, it's not going to be more than 15%. And just next month, we are rolling the fixed rate also out. So that is also available for you. Then we have those who are senior practitioners. But if you're a junior doctor, there's one key thing. You can also, we have mortgages. You can take a mortgage, look for a good place, look for a good developer, come to us, let's sit, we give you the money, you get the advantage if you are able to borrow some money to get your house and you can live in the house now. What you would have ordinarily used to take care of your rental, your rent, which you'll be paying to a landlord as rental income, you can be using that to take care of your mortgage. And when you start doing that early enough, it helps. The usual mortgage lifespan is 25 years. So if you do it early, by 25 years, you are done. You have your house. And that becomes your first house. As you go on and you keep saving and you keep doing other things, you get more houses, along the way. Okay, thank you. So that's one of the key things. Now, for those in your own private practice, one of the key things we know you need is equipment financing. Sometimes you have a facility or you are looking at a facility yourself and you are trying to bring in some equipment and all of that. Let's talk. We have a whole desk that handles asset financing. So we can look at your plan, we can look at the structure you have, and then we can come up with something that will help you. One key other benefit of this is we realize that doctors go about always taking care of people, but they are the ones who do not, in quote, take care of themselves well, or don't get people to help them to take care of themselves well. And that is why we are here. Because the average doctor doesn't even have a medical insurance from the research we did. And this package comes with a free medical cover for a medical doctor. So why won't you want to take advantage of it? And there are so many benefits that we want you to enjoy from this partnership, especially on the interest rate side. So we've come up significantly, making sure that we've given you almost the lowest on the market as we speak. Last month, Bank of Ghana published a list of lending rates. And if I show it to you right now, you see that what we are giving to you is very easy. And thank God, where the economy is now, it is supporting you to make use of borrowing at a very modest cost to you. Some time back, when the interest rates were hovering around 33% and all of that, it was almost difficult to think of borrowing. But now, it is good. And from all intents and purposes, we believe that the government is going to continue to steer the affairs of the country so that we can get the rates as low as possible. The economy doing cool, and then we get the best offers available for you. So please think about it deeply. I want to also talk about, we have a card called the Money Wallet card. It's a prepaid card. So you can load money on it. You can load up to 5 currencies, but we've muted, including Ghana cedi, but we've muted because you are in Ghana. We expect that you should have a debit card with us. And that card, you can put money on it, euro, pound, dollar, and South African rand on it. You don't need to have a bank account with us to have that card. Like I said, it's a prepaid card. It stands alone. We can get that for you as well. So please, these are all available, things that you can leverage. I should believe that for the senior colleagues who are in the GMA, most the consultants and the senior colleagues, you have seen it all. You've worked hard for this country, and you have retired. Some of you are still working. I mean, yesterday I was talking to one of the doctors. He's 83 years. He's still working. He doesn't work. He works like twice a week. And he was telling me, because the kind of service that you render is integral to life itself. You are busy saving lives and all of that. And I was thinking to myself, with this proposition, how would such a person benefit? And he was telling me that he wants to take a mortgage, and we laughed over it. But we can give you a credit card. We can give you a credit card that gives you extended benefits, like I said, on your travel. We have what we call extended warranty. When you buy something using the credit card and the warranty on it is 2 years, because you use that card, it's extended beyond the 2 years. There are concierge services. When you are traveling, wherever you are, you want to be able to place a call. I need this done, I need that done, and it's done for you. We also put free travel insurance on all our solutions. So whether you open, for those who are in the junior practice, senior practice, and those who have their own, this thing, once you have the gold card and the platinum card, the signature card, you don't need to worry. When you are traveling, just give us a call. We would take your itinerary, do free travel insurance for you, and while you are there, and the cover is up to 45,000 euros. So don't think about travel insurance again if you have a Stanbic account. Just call us and send us your itinerary. We do the average cost for travel insurance these days is around $200, $250, some $300. We absorb that cost and do it for you for free. If it's a current account, we do it for you for free. So those are some of the benefits that you get. You don't need to have much with us. I mean, for the average junior doctor, your salary usually will hover between maybe 8,000 to maybe 12,000. But you get to enjoy all of these for free. If you keep an investment with us, which is around maybe 25,000, it's okay. You are undercover. We do all these things for you for free. There's a lot, and we will spend time today and tomorrow with all the people here so that we can be able to tell you much more into details and to help you with financial planning, which is very key. Financial planning, setting the goals. I mean, for the students here, I see a lot of students here. You need to start setting your financial goals now. You need to start a bank account. You need to start saving. As soon as you are done with school and you start working, you need to see the options available for you. There are some of the options, you take advantage of it now, and it helps you to reach the promised land. We also have a whole team. We call it the Stanbic Investment Management Services team. They will handle your structured arrangement. There's a fund which is available. You can put money in and withdraw money at any time. I would say it's a glorified savings account, which you can put money in and take money in at any time, but it helps you to save. If you want a more structured plan, we can set up something for you for maybe a year or two, and then we discipline you so that you save as you have said you will save. And then you benefit from all of these. There are investment advisors who would help you. They'll come to you, they'll call you. They are also available. You can call anytime, who would help you to structure. So we are available today. We'll help you with your financial planning. Set up your bank account today before you leave. We will give you a card which you can use. Those of you who keep all your money on Momo, try to keep some in your bank account. We will help you so that you develop that quickly. If you don't start early, I believe the previous speaker had mentioned it. You have to start now. This one is not about, I'm going to think about it all. Because your destiny is in your own hands. And some people have regretted that they didn't have the kind of knowledge which is being shared with you today. They didn't have it earlier. If they had had it earlier, they would have taken decisions which would have helped them today. And like I said, it's good. The V8s are all good. We can help you. If you want, even if you want a V8, we can help you to get a V8 at a cool deal. Okay? A house is available for you. We have everything you can think about. Insurance is there for you. Like I said, we have medical cover for you, which is part of this package. So take advantage of this package. It's been carefully done for you. We realize that doctors are the most disciplined, or people in the health sector are the most disciplined. They will never, almost never default on a loan you give them. I think that kind of discipline comes with your training. So the average doctor is somebody, I mean, when it comes to your credit rating, your credit ratings are very high, very good. So please take advantage of it. And let's help you to grow, to manage, to build, and to grow your wealth. I want to pause here. And then I want to just introduce my colleagues. My colleagues are here. Kelvin is here. Josephine is here. George is outside. You see us in the Stanbic t-shirt and with our tags. Please walk to us. Let's engage. We will talk to you one-on-one. We will help you. And then we'll continue from there. So thank you very much for your time. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanbic Bank. Good talk. Good talk. Yeah. Money talk is good talk. Right. So I think we have listened to 3 presentations this morning, which are very, very important on the medical side and then on the finance side. At this point, I think set and then Stanbic Bank. Please, let's give it up one more time for them. So, if the Novinho Bobobo group from Bando are ready, let's receive them with a round of applause. Whilst we wait, again, if you need to visit the washroom, once you step out, take your right. That leads you straight to the ladies' washroom. The gentlemen's are... And we are in the land of Volta. And so when the drum beats and the sounds hits you, please do shake your body and enjoy. It's good for your health. I mean, the doctors will say we need to do some activity so to keep the blood flowing. Hence, let's enjoy this performance by Novinho Bobobo Group from Bando. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we can do better for Novinho Popopo. Honorable Minister for Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, President of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Ghana, Dr. Andre Kwesi Kuma, Vice Chancellor of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, Professor Lydia Aziato, members of the National Executive Council, regional chairmen and executives, representatives of sister professional bodies and regulatory institutions, cherished sponsors and partners, distinguished medical and dental practitioners, members of the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. On behalf of the National Executive Council and the Planning Committee, it is my singular honor and privilege to warmly welcome you all to the 45th Annual General Meeting and the official opening ceremony of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Ghana, here in the Oxygen City, Ho, of the Volta region. You are not happy about that? I believe when you came in, especially for those who are arriving outside the region, you are enjoying the serene air and atmosphere of the capital city of the Volta region. To our delegates who have traveled from every region of Ghana, we say Akwaba. And once we are in the Everland, I would say Miawezo. You respond, yo. Great. We are delighted to host you and trust that your stay will be both productive and memorable. This gathering, the Society's foremost platform for reflection, professional learning, collaboration, and strategic decision making. This year's theme, the new dynamics of cancer and its management in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, is both timely and thought-provoking. As the burden of cancer continues to evolve globally and within our country, so too must our approaches to prevention, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, research, and patient support. The theme calls on all stakeholders, health professionals, policymakers, researchers, development partners, and the private sector to work collaboratively towards improving cancer outcomes while advancing Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is good health and well-being, and the broader aspirations of the SDGs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today is a testament to your unwavering commitment to excellence in healthcare and to the continued growth of the society. As your official master of ceremonies, I invite your full invitation to participate actively, cooperate throughout today's proceedings, and as we work together to make this annual general meeting impactful, insightful, and memorable. Without much ado, with a round of applause, let's invite Dr. Margaret Chum to give us the opening prayer. Please, let's receive her with a round of applause.
Please, let's pray. We can be sitting, we can be standing, you can adopt any position you like. Almighty God, we are grateful to you for the privilege of seeing another day. We thank you, it's just by your grace. Father, we thank you for the many who you gave traveling mercies to move from their locations to who this morning. We are so grateful. We didn't take it for granted. There are many who traveled and never got to their destinations. We thank you for all that you have given us the wisdom to do this day. We pray that you will be in the chair and be the leader. We pray that even as we deliberate on what we are doing, you will give us the wisdom and the knowledge to be able to know how to manage the many who are being afflicted by the diverse cancers that are arising. We pray that you use us to give comfort to the many who are sick. And we pray that our deliberations today will go a long way to help us and our health system as a nation, Ghana. Give us the wisdom to always realize that we have only one nation and we will always rely on it for our health needs so that we can comfortably live as a nation. We pray and we ask that, Father, this morning your strength will go with us and everything that we'll be doing will be to the glory of your name. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you. We move on quickly to receive the welcome address by the regional chairman, of Volta, Dr. Anthony Da, but would be presented by Dr. Pascal on his behalf. Please, let's receive him with a round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I present on behalf of the Volta Regional Chairman, Dr. Anthony Kwameda. Before we proceed with the business of the day, let us observe our esteemed traditions and acknowledge the dignitaries who have graced us with their presence. We first pay our respects to a very special royal guest of honor, His Royal Majesty No, it's him.
I mean, you can introduce this happen because there's a postman, they don't know what's happening.
You want to introduce?
We welcome specially our guest of honor, Okpokpowu Okpe, Akpenifia Dagadu the ninth. Please, a round of applause as we receive him one more time. Thank you.
So we pay our respects to a very special royal guest of honor, His Royal Majesty Okpekpewu Ekpe, Akpenefia Dagadu the Ninth, Paramount Chief of the Akpeni Traditional Area in Kwando. Medekuku Miedogbenao, we deeply appreciate your presence. Togbeo, Mamao, Miawezolo. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We warmly welcome our special guest of honor, the Minister of Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando. It is also a privilege to welcome our guest speaker, Professor Lydia Aziato, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, UHAS, who is joined by the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Frank Edwin. We respectfully acknowledge the representative of our invited guest of honor, the Volta Regional Minister, Honorable James Kunu. I am delighted to formally welcome you to the main ceremony of the 45th Annual General Meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Ghana. Our 4-day gathering commenced yesterday, and today marks the ceremonial heart of our meeting. Healing is a collaborative effort. This collaborative spirit is very vital for our theme, the new dynamics of cancer and its management in the attainment of sustainable development goals. As cancer are rapidly evolving, national interventions like the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, which is widely known as the Mahama Care Program, are poised to transform the accessibility and quality of care. Yet, public initiative alone cannot bear this weight. Through robust public-private partnerships, the private sector helps bridge the critical gap in cancer care, bringing Ghana a step closer to Sustainable Development Goal 3, thus ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages. On behalf of the local organizing committee, Volta Division, and the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, I express our appreciation to our speakers, sponsors, and partners. Once again, Miawezo Akpekaka.
Once again, a round of applause for Dr. Pascal. Thank you for welcoming us. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, we shall take some message from AGM. And shall we receive them with a big round of applause? Thank you. GMA, I beg your pardon, GMA. GMA.
Good morning, all of us. Good morning. I would want to stand on the existing protocol, as we always say, that has been established. So I can proceed to bring you goodwill message from the Ghana Medical Association, GMA. But I want to acknowledge directly the chiefs and people who are represented here, and of course, our Honorable Minister, and then the President of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Association, my good friend, Andre. I bring you greetings from the National Executive Council of the Ghana Medical Association, of which you are members, as collaborators in healthcare delivery and in also our welfare. The President and the members of the Ghana Medical Association send you goodwill message. For your 45th Annual General Conference, and on the theme that you have chosen, the new dynamics of cancer, its management in the attainment of the SDGs, is very apt. In today's Ghana, as we age, it is clear that cancers would become one of the very topical things for discussion, because within the fabric of healthcare as we have it, it has permeated and it has become one of the leading causes of mortality. It is imperative that whilst we deal with that, we begin to look at new collaboration, new dynamics, and new innovations that would allow all of us to partner to be able to deliver the care that the people would need. For us, from the Ghana Medical Association, we believe that this partnership would transcend many areas. The public sector, which is the hallmark or the major provider of health services alone, cannot do this. And for you, the private sector, you are very pivotal in whatever it is that would bring this care to the people of Ghana. GMA wishes you very well in your deliberation in the choice of your theme, for it is important that the focus towards the sustainable development goal is paramount. For now, we acknowledge that non-communicable diseases, which is thematic even beyond the cancers, would also be important in all the things that we do. Whilst you take time off your busy schedule for this conference, do enjoy yourself as well. But remember that you are still members of the Ghana Medical Association, and we encourage you to draw closer by paying your dues and also contributing to the Ghana Medical Association Fund, which we believe that this year will be hitting the 1 billion Ghana cedi mark. We bring you good tidings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that goodwill message. Before we continue, permit me to once again acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, His Royal Majesty Okpekpewu Okpi Akpini Dagadu IX, Paramount Chief of Akpini Traditional Area and President of the Akpini Traditional Council with his elders. Please, a round of applause for him. Also, a special welcome to our Honorable Minister for Health once again, Honorable Kwabena Mensah Akando, please. Then we have representing, or the board chair of the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency in the person of Dr. Belinda Afriye Nimako. Please, a round of applause for her. Then we have Mr. Tony Goodman, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Health, with us. We also have representing the Registrar of HEFRA, Dr. Winfred Colette Ba, and he's represented by Dr. David Aku, Director of Accreditation Head Office. Doc, thank you. We have Mr. Divine Poha, Volta NOT Regional Director of HEFRA. We have Dr. Richard Atuo Ampo, MLO Executive, Ghana Dental Association. Also here with us, Doc. Then we have Dr. Akoto Ampao, Vice President, Ghana Medical Association, GMA. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us the keynote address, I would like to invite Dr. Chris Adumako, the National Vice President, to introduce to us our guest speaker for today. Please, let's receive him with a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our guest speaker today is a distinguished lady who has chalked a lot of successes to become the first in a lot of areas. She's the first nurse in Ghana to become a professor. She's the first female to be appointed VC of the University of Health and Allied Sciences. And she was the first substantive dean of the University of Ghana School of Nursing and Midwifery. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Lydia Aziato, who is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Health and Allied Sciences.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to all of us. All right. Honorable Minister for Health, Togwe, I didn't see any mama with you, so I can't say Togwe and mama. Togwe, you're most welcome. Please permit me, Chair, to stand on existing protocol. I became an oncology nurse way back in 2004, 5, thereabout. Why did I become interested in the space of cancer? Those days, Honorable Minister, even up to now, the patients report late. So when I was in the training college in 1994, 5, 6, 7, my work, we call something case study, the project that you do before you become a nurse, was on breast cancer. My master's work was also on breast cancer, and I've been within the cancer space up to today. The sad aspect is that because majority report late, majority also die. Depending on the source that you are using, you find different statistics. Unfortunately, Honorable Minister, we still don't have a to-go registry for cancer data in the country. We have bits and pieces here and there. So the source I read is saying that in 2024, we had over 27,000 new cases. That's quite a lot. And I'm sure if we had a very credible data for the whole country, this will be more than the number stated. Because I've been within this space for a while, I am not going to read what I have written. I just want to have a conversation. A conversation to say that private hospitals are nearer to our homes than public or government or tertiary hospitals. You are nearer to our homes. You are more accessible to us. So if anybody will make any change or cause any change in the space of early detection, early treatment, access, it is you. Fortunately, the owners of the clinics or hospitals that are private, that are nearer to us, you are all here. I asked the president, and he told me that over 90% or 80% of their membership are owners of private facilities. So you are near to me, but unfortunately, you are too expensive. Reality of your clientele is a middle class, upper class reality. It's of private hospitals. Reality. You may argue, yes, I know that some of you are doing better. But because I've been within this space for a while, I'm also saying that is my reality. So with the team that you have, closer to our homes, what can you do? So usually, keynotes, I can now count the number of keynotes I've given. You talk plenty, you read plenty, they forget what you said. So now I said that I'll have a conversation than talk. So I believe that with the government's focus, with the government's a reminder, redirecting us to, I mean, there are things we are doing already. Primary healthcare, tertiary, we are doing it already. But they are just saying that, why not pay more attention? So with that in mind, and with our Honorable Minister here, I am adding my voice to the need for us as in private practitioners, to join governments in the intervention that can promote cancer awareness, health education, and other interventions. I'm adding my voice for early detection. What can you do within your catchment area, within your district, within your region to help in early detection? Again, timely referrals. I know that we need to break even, we need to pay our staff. I just want to add that because the owners are here, and I've been a nurse since 1997, is that I want to work on part-time basis at your hospital. I don't want to be a full-time staff because I'm not very certain that I have job security. Provide your staff with job security, with career progression, with clear promotion guidelines. That will motivate people, staff, healthcare professionals to join your hospital. Number two is also how you bring in other incentives, other motivation, other packages. I know some of you are doing very well, extra well. Others also. I've worked in some private hospitals in Accra before I came here. Instead of paying the specialists very qualified, you find a lot more, I don't know which word to use, but you see, when you compare A and B, the A is I know you know what I'm talking about. So I don't want to talk plenty. But I just want to say that the recruitment, the staff that you have, invest in developing them, invest in training them. Because some of you, I'm not saying you here, you as in that space, the profile of staff is not, Hefra is here, so I don't want to talk plenty. Another thing that I have experienced over time within the space is also that you don't refer early. Cancer treatments need early referral. And this is consistent with the current drive of government. So please, I mentioned that help us to create awareness, health education, help us to detect early, and I'm adding the first stress, a lot of psychological problems. Mainly because I feel that I'll die. And if I'm a woman and it's my breast, I have not had children yet. I'm only 22, 24 years old and I'm diagnosed. Ghana or the African continent, our social-cultural orientation is that a woman, you must be family-oriented, must have children. Cancer at 24. So the psychological issues in cancer space is a lot. Private medical and dental practitioners, please incorporate social-cultural or psychosocial mental health in the care that you provide. The other one that I'll also add is incorporation of technology, digitalization, telemedicine, kind of. The world has moved on. There are several new things, new drugs. I don't want to go there. It's not my space. I don't want to go there. But I want to say that it won't be because the primary owner died and the children were not in the medical space. Or even if they are in the medical space, sometimes the continuity there's a problem. Try and get it such that even if you are not there, it becomes better. So at the end, I am saying that I need to have some research because I'm in the university, you see. So I'm calling that you incorporate research, fund some research, conduct some research to help in the area of practice as you have it. So Honorable Minister Togbega or Togbe, I'm not sure which one is right, but I know that you are Togbe. I am calling on my brothers and sisters, my uncles, my aunties who own or work within the private space, that you are near us more than anybody else. If we go anywhere, and when we run anywhere, it is you that will come to first. Make the costs of your services affordable so we can run to you. We'll not go to the pastor first, we'll come to you first. I believe that if you work together with the government sector, with the quasi sector, we will achieve better. Government agenda will be realized. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, cancer is not a one-man intervention. One man, one unit cannot do it. It's a multidisciplinary fight, and the private sector is a key component of that fight. I believe that if we work together, we will be able to achieve our targets. Thank you, and God bless us all. Welcome to the Volta region.
Oh, please, we can do much better for Professor Lydia Aziato. Thank you, Prof, for that. we have the opportunity to receive a goodwill message from Private Health Facilities Organization. Are they here? Right. So please let's receive them as they come to give us a goodwill.
Good morning. I'm Donko Samuel Boachi, Vice President, Private Health Facilities Association of Ghana. I would like to stand on the existing protocols as Dr. Kutu Ampao said. I'm so happy to see my father here, Dr. Mia, and other fathers here. In fact, we welcome ourselves, but I'm part of you. I'll not be out. I'm part of this group because I've been with Dr. Andre all the time.
To the well-being of the people of Ghana. We must say that as an association, we recognize that oral health is an integral component of overall health and well-being. Whilst oral cancers, potentially malignant disorders, and the oral manifestation of systemic diseases underscore the critical role that the dental professionals play in cancer prevention, early detection, diagnosis, supportive care. We want to commend the leadership and membership of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners for your vision in choosing this theme and for your continued contribution to the health sector development in Ghana. As professional bodies, let us continue to champion ethical practice, continuous professional development, research, innovation, and advocacy for policies that promote quality and affordable health care. Together, we can build a resilient health system that responds effectively to emerging challenges whilst advancing national development. As you deliberate over the course of this conference, we are confident that your discussions will yield actionable strategies that will strengthen cancer care delivery, enhance public-private partnership, and accelerate our nation's progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. May your 45th Annual General Meeting be marked by fruitful deliberations, renewed and shared resolve to advance the health of our nation. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to share this important occasion with you. We congratulate you once again and have our best wishes for a successful conference. Long live the SPMDP, long live the Ghana Dental Association, and long live Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Quick acknowledgements before we go on. Also with Togbega this morning is Togbe Asumadu the 8th. Also Togbe Bediako the 8th. Please, let's appreciate them. Before I invite the next speaker, we'd like to acknowledge the executives, the national executives. The Vice President, Dr. Chris Akwesi Adumako. Secretary, Dr. Matthew Edusei. Treasurer, Dr. Irene Wolf. Then Dr. Emmanuel Achudodo, Regional Director of Ghana Health Service, Volta Region. Not yet here, or is here? Okay, let's appreciate him anyways. He will receive it. Then we acknowledge the presence of Medical Superintendents Group of Ghana. Are they here? No? All right. I'll come back and acknowledge more. But at this point, it's my honor to invite to give us an address the national president in the person of Dr. Andre Kwesi Kumah. Please, let's receive him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Honorable Minister Tobiga Akpinifia, please permit me to proceed on an existing protocol. You may have noticed that we are not following the flow of the program as you have it because the minister's time is limited and the program will continue after the minister leaves. So that is why there's a bit of rescheduling of the program as you have it. I have a long speech in the brochure, and the beautiful thing about our brochures is that the president's speech is also summarized as the foreword. But it's not always we have a minister with us. So I'm putting all that aside. And then my job will be to appreciate the minister's presence here today and also put before him some concerns that we had at our council meeting yesterday. So the speech is in the brochure, everybody has a copy, and I would entreat you to read it from here. Well, the minister's presence here is a rarity. My seniors here will tell you. This organization, Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, we are 58 years old, established in 1968, before I was born. But my seniors tell me that during this history of 58 years, we have had only 2 ministers of health present at our AGM. So Dr. Kwabena Mintah-Akado, sorry, Honorable, probably he will be a doctor soon. Honorable Kwabena Mintah-Akado here is only the 3rd Minister of Health to be with us here today, and we appreciate it. Yeah. It's not always that you get the undivided attention of a minister. That's why I'm putting my speech aside to speak to him. 2 other ministers we've had before are Dr. Kumbo and Mr. Ofosu Ampofu when we had our AGM in Kofodia some time back. Yeah, so many years ago. In fact, some of my members, when I told them that minister was going to come, they said, until they see the minister here, Philly, they are not going to believe it. So this is not AI. This is this is a minister who is here with us. A minister can confirm to attend your AGM, but can get called at the last minute. In fact, 2 years ago, we were trying to get the Minister of Health here. I personally went to meet the minister. He logged in the AGM on his phone in my presence, so I told my members that we have the minister, he's going to come. That was in Accra. Only for an hour before the program, a director of Allied Health called me that, sorry, minister has been called to Flagstaff House, so he has to represent the minister. So we know that the minister can confirm and the president can call him. So our minister, he's been in office for maybe less than 2 years. Last year, as a private sector group, we paid a courtesy call on him. And we've been seeing the job he's been doing. And we can all attest, health workers, that his scorecard is very positive, what he's achieved so far. Private sector, we invited to some of these meetings. We were there when the private free primary health care was launched, part of the planning process. Mahama Cares 2 has taken off, and this cancer we are discussing, we are hearing Mahama Care is also going to lend some support to cancer patients, for which we are very, very happy. And the minister is not only blessing us here with his presence. As you can see from the screen, he ensured that the Ministry of Health also became a major sponsor for this AGM. Yeah. So that is why we have been more comfortable to give everybody brochures and souvenirs. And everybody who is here, you get a good lunch today, courtesy of our minister's benevolence. No wonder President Mahama calls him Akorajame. Right, so we had a council meeting yesterday and anticipating the minister's presence, wanted to put a few things to him. We are not asking for resources. What we want is that we want a more closer institutional collaboration between the ministry and the private sector. Last year, when we paid a courtesy call on him, he was a few months in office, and we put these concerns to him. In fact, this agenda, we have been on it for about 3 years now. The Private Health Facilities Association rep came to speak about the chamber. It's been on for 3 years now, and it's been difficult to get this off the ground at the ministry. To put it simply, the private sector is treated more like a guest than a family member as far as the ministry is concerned. We have CHAG, which is not owned by the government, owned by churches, but they've been able to come together, to have a very good institutional collaboration with the ministry. Same with the Ahmadiyya movement, Ghana Chamber of, Ghana Coalition of NGOs, and so on. So we are the only group where we are in different groupings. We were around for about 50 years before other groupings came. We are the only one who have different people speaking to the minister. So we came together that we want to come under one umbrella to collaborate closely with the ministry so that we are no longer a guest but a family member. When a guest comes to your house, you can give him all the good treatment, but when it comes to family matters, decision and discussion, the guest is asked to leave. So I know that Akora Nyame can make it happen so that there's been a draft private sector policy at the ministry since 2013, as we have been told. We want to plead with him to let this come to life so that we can collaborate closely, because private sector, all our concerns are the same, no matter which group you belong to. If we are to speak to the ministry to give us lower taxes so that we can employ more health workers, it endures to everyone's benefit. If we want to speak to the ministry for lower tariffs, utility tariffs, so that we can deliver healthcare at a cheaper cost, VC was saying that we are expensive. Well, it's not our fault because we pay utilities, salaries, taxes, etc. And we have to break even. So sometimes that's why the cost is like that. But we can collaborate closely with government to get things at a lower cost. And luckily, our minister is also an MP. And some of these decisions have to be taken in Parliament. So if we have a better collaboration with the minister, we can get some of these concerns across, which will inure to the benefit of the whole population of Ghana. So, Mr. Minister, this is what very critical to our needs that I want to put before you. Once again, welcome to Ho, welcome to our AGM. We are happy to have you here. This is a memorable occasion, having the only third health minister to be with us since 1968, and we'll never forget this day. So on this note, long live SPMDP, long live Ghana. I thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for our president. Thank you very much. Quick one before we continue. We have students from the School of Medicine, from UHAS. Are you here? Look, give us a wave. Good to see you. Then School of Nursing and Midwifery, also from UHAS. Great. Only 3 of you? Okay, right. Then School of Pharmacy. Great. Are those the same hands? Okay.
But we'll create that window. Fortunately, it is the PPME Directorate that deals with your sector. And so, Mr. President, keep in touch, constant touch with my director in charge of PPME, and as and when necessary,
I am prepared and ready, and my doors are open for all of us to sit around the table, to think together, to know and to see what will work for you, and to contribute your quota to the development of the health sector. Again, today, everywhere I get the opportunity to speak, especially when I'm encouraging medical doctors to accept postings to the underserved areas, and I could hear the medical students giggling. I'm very, very unpopular with them when it comes to ensuring that they accept postings to the underserved regions. And I have always been mentioning one name. And today I told my director PPME that Dr. Gali I have always been mentioning is in this room. Dr. Gali, are you here? So that is the almighty Dr. Gali who accepted postings to come to Sefi Dwaboso. And he was in Dwaboso for a very, very long time. And Dr. Gali, I thank you so very much for your guidance. Again, in as much as when you do something wrong, I will say it. When you do something right, I should be able to commend you. As far as the health sector is concerned, I have repeatedly been insisting, when it comes to handling patients with respect and dignity, I'll give it to the private sector. So I have always been asking the public sector, you go to a hospital, maybe the private sector, the nurse or the health professional will identify himself, I am Dr. So and so, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. Even if the person is coming to prick you, he will tell you, I'm going to prick you. But when you go to our public facilities, it's lacking. Am I lying? And so I will encourage the public sector to emulate what is being done in the private sector, and especially with your clean environment. Sometimes when you get to some of these facilities, as though it's a hotel, not all of you do, but most of you handle your environment very well. So continue to do that and respect the laws of the land. Now let me go to my speech. It is a great honor and a privilege to join you at this 45th annual general meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. I congratulate you, the leadership and members of the society, on your immense contributions to healthcare delivery in Ghana over the years. Your commitment, innovation, and investment have significantly complemented the government's effort to improve access to healthcare services across the country. I also commend you for selecting a theme that is both timely and relevant: the new dynamics of cancer and its management in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal. This theme highlights one of the most pressing public health challenges of our time. Cancer has become a major cause of illness, disability, and death, both globally and nationally. The new way we respond to this growing burden will have significant implications for our health systems, universal health coverage, productivity, and economic growth, and ultimately for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, cancer remains a significant challenge for health systems worldwide. And according to the World Health Organization and International Agency for Research on Cancer, there were approximately 20 million new cancer cases and 9.7 million cancer deaths globally in 2022. About 1 in every 5 people will develop cancer during their lifetime. Lungs, breast, and colorectal cancers remain among the most common cancers worldwide. The global burden of cancer is expected to rise steadily, with the largest increases projected in low and middle-income countries. The WHO has also highlighted persistent gaps in access to prevention, screening and diagnosis, treatment and palliative care, particularly in resource-constrained settings. Across Africa, countries are facing the growing burden of cancer alongside ongoing challenges posed by infectious diseases, changing lifestyles, rising life expectancy, urbanization, and environmental factors are driving the rising incidence of cancer across the continent. Prevention and early detection and stronger partnerships among governments, healthcare professionals, development partners, and the private sector. In Ghana, cancer has become an increasingly important public health concern. According to the latest WHO Global Cancer Observatory, Ghana recorded approximately 27,260 new cancer cases and 17,662 cancer-related deaths in 2024. The leading cancers in Ghana include breast cancer, cervical cancer, liver cancer, prostate cancer, and ovarian cancer. Breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer in the country, while cervical cancer continues to affect thousands of women. Prostate cancer remains a major concern among men, and liver cancer contributes significantly to cancer-related mortality. These statistics remind us that cancer is not only a health concern, but also a social and economic challenge that affects families, livelihoods, and communities. The financial burden of diagnosis, treatment, and long-term care can be devastating for many households. Our response, therefore, must be comprehensive, equitable, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Health remains committed to strengthening our national response to cancer and other non-communicable diseases through appropriate policies, strategic investment, and partnerships. The National Health Policy 2020 provides the overarching framework for improving population health by ensuring equitable access to quality health services. The Universal Health Coverage Roadmap 2020 to 2030 aims to ensure that all people have access to essential health services without financial hardship. The National Policy for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Disease and Strategic Action Plan 2020 provides strategic direction for the prevention, early detection, and management of cancers and other chronic diseases. Together, these policy frameworks provide a strong foundation for addressing the growing burden of cancer and for advancing progress towards universal health coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the evolving dynamics of cancer and the need for a more responsive national framework, the Ministry of Health is working with key stakeholders to review the National Cancer Strategy. The review aims to align our response with current evidence, technological advances, and international best practice. Particular attention is being given to strengthening cancer prevention, screening, diagnosis, treatment, palliative care, research, data management, and workforce development. Our goal is to build a more resilient and patient-centered cancer care system that leaves no one behind. The government continues to implement major initiatives to improve access to health care and reduce the burden of chronic disease, including cancers. One of such intervention is the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as Mahama Cares. The fund is intended to provide financial support to individuals living with chronic and life-threatening non-communicable diseases, including cancers. It also supports specialist healthcare delivery through investment in equipment, infrastructure, and clinical capacity. I am pleased to note that the fund has already begun supporting beneficiaries and is helping to retool critical health facilities across the country. In addition, the free primary health care aims to remove barriers to accessing essential primary health care services by strengthening preventive and promotive services, screening and early detection, and referral systems. The policy will significantly improve cancer outcomes. These interventions demonstrate the government's commitment to protecting vulnerable populations and to ensure that access to healthcare is determined not by one's ability to pay, but by one's need for care. In the history of Ghana, this is the first time we are having 3 interventions in the health sector: free primary health care, national health insurance, and Mahama Cares. And these policies complement each other. One is not a replacement of the other. So at every point in the journey, there is one intervention that you can assess. So for example, the free primary health care will be applicable at the CHIPS compound, at the health center, and at the polyclinic for both curative and preventive and promotion. So for me, the game changer now is on the prevention, where we'll see health workers in our homes, where we'll be able to detect these non-communicable diseases on time because we know they progress silently. Most of our people do not know their status when it comes to hypertension and diabetes. So if you are able to take this screening exercise to the households, to the houses, we'll be able to detect these conditions on time and manage them well. So where the free primary health care is ending, the national health insurance is also taken up from there. And I'm happy to announce that there's great improvement on how prompt releases are paid these days. That you all attest to that fact. And when it is delaying slightly, I'll see some messages on my phone. I've not mentioned Dr. Gali's name. So we are doing our best to maintain that. But the free primary health care has not come to replace the national health insurance. We need the national health insurance because beyond the polyclinic, there's a district hospital, there's a regional hospital, there is a tertiary hospital, and all that. So you cannot go to these facilities and say that because there's free primary health care, I must be taken care of free of charge. And so that is the more reason why the national health insurance is still relevant. So I have established the linkage between the free primary health care and the national health insurance. Now, there are some diseases that are also not under the national health insurance. National insurance do not cover those diseases, especially the cancers, some of them. And so we are going to start to detect it on time or even prevent it if possible. But if you are unable to do that and they get to their complicated stage, it means that the Mahama Cares will also be available for you to assess. So that, because usually we know that these are the conditions that draw Ghanaians to the poverty line. So the Mahama Cares or the Ghana Medical Trust Fund will also be ready to also assist Ghanaians. And so these are the 3 interventions in all, to arrive at the universal health coverage on time, irrespective of your geographical location, your status in society, or whatever. You must have access to quality health care. Ladies and gentlemen, the private health sector remains an indispensable partner in the health system. And with regards to the free primary health care, I have asked my director, PPME, in the development of the policy and all that stakeholders consultation, we engage the private sector. And so in areas where the most accessible health facility there is a private health facility, that health facility must be rolled onto their free primary health care. So the private sector will also be an integral part of government policies, and we will always, hold your hand. We will hold our hands together to progress. Private health providers continue to make significant contributions to health financing, service delivery, technology adoption, specialist care, and job creation. Your role in expanding access firmly believes that stronger collaboration between government and the private sector is essential to effectively address the growing burden of cancer. So the collaboration, Mr. President, is requesting. We also recognize that that collaboration is very, very important, and therefore it is in the right direction. We see opportunities for partnership in several key areas. First, in health promotion and cancer prevention. Private providers can support public education, awareness raising, and behavior change interventions aimed at reducing cancer risk factors. Second, in screening and early detection, the private sector can help expand access to screening services for breast, cervical, prostate, and colorectal cancers nationwide. Third, increased investment in oncology centers, pathology services, radiology, radiotherapy, and laboratory infrastructure for diagnostics and specialist treatment services will significantly improve patient outcomes. One thing we also realized in the ministry when I took over was that we don't have specialist nurses in this country. They are very, very, very scarce. And most of the courses, especially at the post-basic level, were not being pursued in Ghana. So the oncologists, the critical care, about 6 of them. This year, we are piloting about 6 courses in 4 institutions. So in Kolebu, Konfanoche, Tamale, 4 institutions. And the aim is to be able to treat not less than 1,000 of them every year. And the linkage is very, very interesting. You realize that we have a lot of health professionals who have been trained, but they are at home and they are unemployed. And so as government strategy to employ them, we are doing what we call a Ghana Labor Exchange Program. So we sign MOUs with countries like Jamaica, US, UK, Kitts and Nevis, so that we can facilitate the movement of these health professionals into those countries. Because after all, remittances are also part of the backbone of the economy. And so as part of that, you realize that when they are bringing their request, they come with these specialized skills. And we have very few in the system. So once we are able to train more, we'll be able to meet the global market to create more opportunities for our people. Fourth, there's a need for collaboration in human resource development, particularly in specialist training, continuing professional development, and skills transfer. Fifth, the private sector can support research, innovation, and health information system, including cancer registries and digital health solutions that enhance clinical decision-making and patient care. Finally, we encourage greater collaboration within public-private partnership for healthcare infrastructure, equipment, maintenance, and service delivery, particularly in underserved areas. So here, I am also inviting you. The government is strengthening the public-private partnership, where you can even buy equipment and put it at the public health facilities, and then you have an agreement with government, and then you'll be paid. There's another one. You've all heard about Agenda 111. There are a lot of them. We spread ourselves very, very thin. And so now government has taken some strategies to be able to finish all. So this year, government has decided to complete 35. So we are investing in 35. We're inviting CHAG to also come and take some. We're also inviting the private sector to also come. If you identify 1 or 2 of them and you are interested, based on government investment in that particular one you have identified, we will sign a contract, whether it is finish, operate, and transfer with some number of years subject to renewal. We are ready. So you can also come around the table and then we talk. To strengthen this partnership, the ministry is currently reviewing the National Private Health Sector Policy 2013. The review aims to establish a more robust framework for engagement between government and private sector health stakeholders. It will promote dialogue, strengthen regulatory systems, improve quality assurance mechanisms, and create an enabling environment for responsible private sector investment in healthcare. The ministry looks forward to working closely with the society and other private health stakeholders throughout this process. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government remains committed to expanding access to quality health care through strategic investment in health infrastructure. Health infrastructure is not only about buildings and effectively managed to deliver quality services. In this regard, government extends an open invitation to the private health sector to partner with us in completing and operationalizing the Agenda 111 facilities. Together, we can ensure that these facilities become centers of excellence, expanding access to quality healthcare and improving health outcomes for communities across the country. Since I became minister, this is one of my longest speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, the growing burden of cancer demands a collective and coordinated response. It requires strong policies, sustained investment, innovation, research, early detection, quality treatment, and effective partnerships. Most importantly, it demands collaboration. Government, the public sector, the private health sector, development partners, civil society, and communities all have a role to play. As we gather here today, let us renew our collective commitment to strengthening cancer prevention, improving access to care, and building a more resilient health system that serves every Ghanaian. The Ministry of Health remains committed to strengthening our partnership with the private sector as we work together to advance universal health coverage and achieve sustainable development goals. Let us conclude with these words. The fight against cancer is a shared responsibility. When government and the private sector work together, innovation thrives, access expands, health outcomes improve, and our vision of universal health coverage becomes a reality. I thank you, and indeed I thank you for your kind attention. I'm most grateful.
Oh, please, we can do it much better. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So indeed, cancer, the fight against cancer is a collaborative one, and we all must come together to fight it. Honorable Minister, in your speech, you made mention that some trainings are going on in some selected institutions. And I would humbly appeal that in your next, when you're expanding that, please include UHAS for us, so that we could have more of them nurses trained here for us as well. Thank you very much. A few things to note. Because of the minister's limited time, he will take leave of us shortly. Before then, I would invite the president to do a presentation. We will take official pictures, but the program continues after that. So please do not be in a hurry to leave. We'll continue shortly. But let's welcome Dr. Andre one more time to do his presentation.
I don't usually take pictures with guys. They intimidate me.
So, yes, I would invite the Honorable Minister and all the guests on the high table up front for a quick photo. I'm sure Togbega, respectfully, please join this session. Thereafter, we would have the national executives the national executives would also join as well. Thank you. The National Council executives and all members, please join now. All members. Quickly, please, let's join in. Members, please join. The medical students, get yourself prepared. Once this is done, you are next. Let's all smile. Keep the smile up. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you very much. All students, please. You has all the students here, please quickly. Let's have you. All the students. I believe we are good. Are we good? Thank you very much. Thank you. On this note, the Honorable Minister will take leave of us, but the rest of the program continues. Please, some house music. Thank you. Please, the rest of the continues. Right. Welcome back. Are we settled? Are we settled? Great. We'll continue with the program by inviting the rep of the Volta Regional Minister in the person of Madam Josephine Dake Abrahams to give us the Regional Minister's message. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned earlier, my name is Josephine Dake Abrahams, the head of the PR unit at the PRCC. Of equally important assignments, my boss, the Volta Regional Minister, is unable to be with us. This morning, he extends his regards and he says that he would make sure he gets in touch with the leadership right after this. So I will read his speech verbatim. Thank you very much. Your Royal Majesty, Thogwi Dagadu IX, the special guest of honor and chairman, our Honorable Minister of Health has left already. I acknowledge him. The National President of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, distinguished executives, representatives of the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service, health professionals, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is a great honor to join you as guest of honor at the 45th Annual General Meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Ghana. I thank the leadership of the Society for this invitation and commend you for your unwavering contribution to quality healthcare delivery in Ghana. Your chosen theme is timely. Cancer and other non-communicable diseases continue to pose significant health and economic challenges. Addressing them requires stronger collaboration among government, private healthcare providers, researchers, and development partners to improve prevention, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. The government of His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, remains committed to strengthening Ghana's healthcare system and ensuring equitable access to quality healthcare. Through the Mahama Cares, the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which the Health Minister has already spoken about, government is providing financial support for the treatment of chronic diseases, including cancer, kidney diseases, diabetes, and other life-threatening conditions. Government has also introduced a free primary healthcare program to make essential healthcare services more accessible at the community level while strengthening preventive healthcare. In addition, it has prioritized the payment of outstanding NHIS claims, improved funding for the National Healthcare Insurance Scheme, and continues to invest in health infrastructure, medical equipment, and the recruitment of health professionals to improve service delivery across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, These interventions demonstrate government's commitment to achieving universal health coverage. However, government cannot do it alone. The private health sector remains an indispensable partner in expanding access to quality health care, introducing innovation, and providing specialized medical services. Here in the Volta region, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your contribution and encourage you to continue partnering with government to promote cancer awareness, expand screening services, and improve patient care. As you deliberate on this important theme, I'm confident that your discussions will produce practical recommendations that will strengthen healthcare delivery and improve the lives of Ghanaians. On behalf of the government and the people of the Volta region, I congratulate the society on its 45th years of dedicated service to our nation. It is now, right, I think it has officially been opened. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause one more time. At this point, let me acknowledge our sponsors for this year's AGM, the Ministry of Health, Stanbic Bank, National Health Insurance Scheme, Lancet Laboratories, Nationwide Medical Insurance, LITAP, MNG, Ernest Chemist, EDC, Medimosis Clinic, Unican, I believe, ECP, Precise, and FNB. Please, let's appreciate them with a round of applause. Thank you. Let me acknowledge the Deputy National Secretary, I believe he's in the room. Yes, Dr. Henry Nagai, please, a round of applause for him. I missed that early on. So we would take goodwill messages now, and I would invite Ghana Association of Quasi-Government Health Institutions. Are they here with us this morning? Okay, we're in the afternoon now. Are they here? No? Okay. Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana? No? All right. Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association? I hope they've not followed the minister house though. Okay. Medical Superintendents Group. Do we have them here? I'm suspecting they all have followed the minister out. Right, so we are streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. So on YouTube, we are live on okay, whilst I look for the YouTube. Live Producer GH on YouTube. Live Producer GH on YouTube. And on Facebook, it's on the official page of the society, which is SPMDPGH. SPMDPGH. We are live on these platforms, so you can visit and share the link as well with our colleagues who are not here. At this point, we'll take a musical break and then we'll continue shortly. Do we have all the media men back in the room? I see you. Okay. But once again, let's appreciate our sponsors, Ministry of Health, Stanbic Bank, National Health Insurance Scheme, Lancet Laboratories, Nationwide Medical Insurance, LITAP, M&G Group, and Next Chemist, EDC, Medimoses Clinic, Unicon, ECP Limited, Precise, and FNB. Please, let's prompt the rest of the media men to to get in quickly so that we can continue. Okay. House music. Let's proceed. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to listen to Our Royal Majesty. And so, with a round of applause, let's welcome Okpekpewu Okpe, Akpini Fia Dagadu the Ninth, Paramount Chief of Akpini Traditional Area and President of the Akpini Traditional Council. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend him your ears.
Thank you very much. Let me extend my warmest regards to the national president and executives of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Ghana, the Honorable Minister, the guest speaker, Professor Lydia Ziatu, Vice Chancellor of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, and all of you very important organizations and individuals here gathered. It gives me much pleasure to be here. In fact, I'm humbled to be called as a guest of honor, such an august occasion full of very important people. And as one of the traditional rulers of the Volta region, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this evergreen region full of fresh air. You know, our capital is also officially known as the Oxygen City, for those of you who are not aware yet. Your decision to hold this meeting in Ho, the capital of our beloved Volta region, is a decision I applaud with all my heart. For too long, the Volta region has been described as Ghana's best kept secret. And I believe by the end of your short stay here, that secret would have been revealed to you all. Now, whilst here, I ask that you take time to visit some of our very interesting tourist sites, including the grottos of Pando. There are two of them. The majestic Vili Falls, the highest waterfall in West Africa, it is. The breathtaking height of Mount Afajato, the sacred Tafia Tome Monkey Sanctuary, the golden beaches of Keta, amongst others. A lot of places to visit. And as you were coming, I know you realize that our roads are going to be among the best in a year or two. Whilst we're here, we had some power outages because our electricity sources are being expanded. So Volta is the future, and the future has already begun. I would want to call all of you to be a part of it. Now, your theme, as a theme for today's occasion, the new dynamics of cancer and its management and attainment of SDGs could not be timelier. The statistics are very sobering, and I'm tempted to put out some of these statistics I've chanced upon. But I'm sure with a lineup of oncologists and medical doctors and all the experts, you are more conversant with these statistics than I am. Let's not see these numbers as mere statistics. They are not. They are mothers, they are fathers, they are sisters, they are brothers, and they are children. They are our people, they are patients, and they are the reason we are here today. I'm encouraged that with the bodies like yours taking a keen interest in the subject matter, the government's interventions such as the Mahama Cares program, which is trying to make live treatment accessible to those who need it most, with Ghana's enrollment on the WHO Global Platform for access to childhood cancer medicines, and a strong general commitment to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is to reduce mortality from non-communicable diseases such as cancer by 2030, that things will get markedly better. We must, however, be honest. The gap between promise and reality remains wide. Early detection remains a challenge. Access to treatment remains uneven. Awareness remains low. The burden of cancer continues to weigh heavily on families and communities across this nation. We know that the government alone cannot achieve all what needs to be done with regards to the theme of this meeting. Effective collaboration with private sector will be the way to go. Now, it's my hope that all stakeholders will join hands with the private sector in this fight to bring cancer and communicable diseases to minimal levels. And that's why I'm happy with the minutes remain a promise. But being here, there's definitely a role for me to play and for traditional leaders. And I dare say I'm acutely aware that the fight against cancer cannot be won by medical practitioners alone. It requires a whole of society approach, and it requires traditional leaders as well, religious leaders, community organizations, and families to work hand in hand with the medical profession. Now, I call on my fellow traditional leaders across Ghana to rise to this challenge. Let us use our platforms to educate our people about the importance of early detection. Let us demystify cancer and remove the stigma that too often surrounds it. Let us champion screening programs in our communities. Let us advocate for better healthcare infrastructure in our rural areas. And let us support our medical practitioners in every way we can. And saying that, I want to make this a promise to all of you medical practitioners gathered here, that my doors, the doors of my chiefs in Kwando, and the doors of chiefs all over the Volta region are open to you. And my being here today is a reflection of this promise. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Akpini traditional area is proud to host you in this region. We are proud to be associated with a gathering of such distinguished professionals dedicated to the healing of our people. As you return to your various practices and institutions after this conference, I pray that you will carry with you not only new knowledge and new connections, but also a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper appreciation for the partnership between traditional leadership and modern medicine. I thank you all, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the voice of Opopowope, Akpenifia Dagadu the ninth. Please, one more time, let's give it up for him. I invite Doc to do his presentation. I now invite to move the, sorry, let's have some Bobobo. And so once again, let's invite Novinho Bobobo group from Bando to entertain us for the next few minutes.
A round of applause for Novinho Bobobogu from Tango. And trust in me, they can go for eyes. They can go for eyes. So I'm sure President will take permission. When we are done, they will play outside. Right, so all of us can join in. Ladies and gentlemen, to move the votes of thanks as we draw close to the end of the ceremony, I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Henry Nagai, the Deputy National Secretary. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I'm honored to give the vote of thanks. I know many of us have been sitting for quite some time, but we wouldn't have gotten to this stage of our program without the dignitaries that took time off their busy schedules to be here. We got to know that the Minister of Health, this is the third Minister of Health, who made the time to be here. So the first thanks goes to him. We thought he would not be able to make it, but he proved all of us wrong. And he made very categorical statements that points to the fact that the ministry is ready to do business with us. So our thanks goes to him, and we look forward to getting all the various interventions he promised to work with the private sector coming to close. We thank him very much. The second goes to Togbe Dagadu, the ninth. I like your message, reaching out to collaborate with the private sector. Cancers cannot be managed alone by medics. It involves psychology, it involves support of family, and it involves mobilization of communities, which you have the opportunity to be able to do for us. We thank you very much for taking time to be here with us. We also thank all those who came with the minister, the regional ministers session. The representative, she was here. We know the minister has been busy, but we want to express our thanks to the political leadership and their representative who made a speech on behalf of the minister. Let me take the opportunity to thank the council of the society, the national executive team, our students, everybody who is here, including the media. I know you were paparazzi and trying to harass the minister a little bit, but he is used to it, I know. We thank all of you for making the time. And we are looking forward to the next session that will deliberate on some of the research work and bring in perspectives in different areas of cancer in the afternoon. So when you go out and you are going to have your lunch and you pick the plate, just know that the society is full of thanks for your presence and supporting the program up to this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nagai. Few announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch for members and invited guests would be at the poolside. All other members or participants would be taken care of by the organizing team, so please put yourselves in readiness for that. The exhibition has been opened, so when we get out of here, please take time to pass by and see the exhibitions and its items. Yes, after the closing prayer and after group photograph, we are done, okay. So after the closing prayer, we would all wait while Togbe takes leave of us before we all follow. So distinguished guests of honor, Togbe Dagadu, the 9th president of the society, distinguished guest speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the official opening ceremony of the 2026 annual general meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners Ghana, let me on behalf of the National Executive Council and Planning Committee express our gratitude to all of you for making this program a success. Today's deliberations have reaffirmed that tackling the changing dynamics of cancer requires collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to quality healthcare in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. May the insights gained here inspire meaningful action long after this meeting. Thank you for your presence, your participation, and your dedication to advancing healthcare in Ghana. My name is Elvis Kofi Bomasa, and I'll be your humble host. And on this note, I invite Bishop Dr. Asamoah Spiogabra, the Greater Accra Regional Treasurer, to lead us in the closing prayer. Bishop Dr. Aramansa Spiogabra. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up.
Can we stand up? Let us pray. Eternal Father, we want to thank you for today. Want to thank you for the presence of the Holy Spirit in our midst and all the deliberations that have taken place, my Lord and Master. We don't take it for granted. Thank you for the presence of the Minister of Health, who took time out of his busy schedule to grace this occasion. We also thank God for the life of the paramount chief of the traditional area, who is here today with us. Father, bless them exceedingly for this sacrifice they have made for us. Let your favor go before them in the name of Jesus. Father, we pray for all of us, my Lord and Master, gathered here. Many, many years, Spirit of the living God. We thank you for holding us together. As we continue with our deliberations, Spirit of the living God, we thank you for the collaboration that the government speaks about. That, Father, you will help us position ourselves as private practitioners to take advantage of the opening doors, Spirit of the living God, that we will be used by you to transform the lives of the people we serve to the glory and the honor of your name. We thank you for all the other guests who are here today. We thank you for our guest speakers this afternoon and for the rest of the conference this day. That, Father, that you will dwell with us and you will be with us. And that as we leave these grounds, Spirit of the living God, it will be the opening of a new day to the glory and the honor of your name. We bless you, Lord. We honor you and we exalt you. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Doc. And as I mentioned, dinner for invited guests and speakers is at the poolside. Lunch. All other guests will be taken care of by the team. Shall we all be upstanding whilst Togwega and his team takes leave of us? Thank you, and have a beautiful lunch. Thank you. God bless you all. Like that today. You understand?
Then we are seeing here, they have mounted exhibition of various pharmaceutical products. We are here to engage some of the organizers, the exhibitors, and at the same time, those who are run to, so we can speak to Doc, you're welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
I'm Dr. Henry Nagai. I'm the Deputy National Secretary for the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners.
We've seen that as part of your 45th anniversary, you have mounted an exhibition stand. One would ask, what really informed this exhibition?
The exhibitions have been part of our celebrations, and this particular exhibition is to showcase some of the products that are available for the management of cancers, for screening for cancers and management of cancer. So we have different groups, different pharmaceutical companies, different laboratory service groups, different players within the space of cancers to be able to provide and showcase what is available for the detection and management of cancers across the spectrum. And that's what you see here.
One would ask, what really informed the team for this particular general meeting?
Well, cancers are on the increase, and especially occurring in younger and younger ages across sub-Saharan Africa. We want to make sure that we sensitize our membership. We sensitize our membership to be aware of the new preventive methods that are available, the new screening methods that are available for various cancers, and also the new treatment modalities that are available for various cancers. And in the private sector, we are providing care to all cross-section of the Ghanaian society. In the private sector, we have a lot of diagnostic equipment that are available and being provided. Their messages. So that is not a big issue, but we are very happy that the Minister of Health was here today, and he was able to make very clear, showed a very important commitment that the ministry has in collaborating with the private sector to respond to the issues of cancer in the country. I mean, he mentioned public-private partnerships. He also spoke about partnerships to ensure that we increase coverage for screening services. We increase coverage for vaccines that prevents cancer. He also made commitment that the government is open and is ready to engage the private sector, to strengthen the various responses that we have for the management of cancer in Ghana. So I think that was a very important statement that the minister made, especially for taking time off a very tight schedule, to be here and to really encourage members in the private practice to support the government, for primary healthcare services, for Mahama care, in the pathway of cancer management. I think it's commendable.
During the minister's address, he acknowledged the quality service that your institutions are providing. But one major concern for clients has to do with the cost. The president also made appeal in interviewing the minister. One issue also he raised that they want to see if they're able to meet you halfway. How is it going?
I think that is a correct observation, but it depends on where the private practitioner is located and also what kind of services are provided. For example, we have a PET scan that is being provided by a private health facility. One of the the cutting edge diagnostic and management tool that is needed in cancer management. If you look at the price of that particular service, relatively, you think that it is an expensive service. But when you compare it to, for example, traveling out, you realize that it is important that service is brought to the doorsteps of Ghanaians by being provided in their country. So there are different services and different costs that are involved. But overall, we say that the private sector is providing high quality medical services. The private sector is providing. Sometimes we see it as a little more pricey, but it provides a kind of holistic quality of care that people need. I must quickly add that it's not all private sector services that are expensive, relatively. There are tailored services for different levels of the socioeconomic brackets in the country. So yes, we can say that the private sector is contributing a lot to, healthcare, and especially for cancer care in the country.
Finally, as we leave you, you mentioned obesity diet. What advice do you have for the general public in order to maybe avoid?
What I would say is that we must ensure that, especially at the age of 30 onwards, we must take our health screening early, because when you catch it early, it is curable in many situations. So one key message that the private practitioners keep on talking about today and getting across to that are available seriously for the various cancers. We also had talked about making sure that we also spoke a lot about ensuring that we keep an optimum weight, because we know obesity is linked to some is too high. We also talked about alcohol reduction. These are the key things that were mentioned in many of the discussions that we have. Reduce the intake of alcohol, exercise and reduce weight. Prostate cancer, for example, if you are a female, ensure that you get your regular cervical, ensure that you do breast examination. And health facilities are available where people can get these kind of services. Strongly to strengthen our response to cancer prevention and management in Ghana.
Thank you for talking to us. We've just heard the General Secretary for the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners in this country. Currently, we are trying to visit some of the stands, the exhibition stand where they have displayed series of pharmaceutical products to interact with them to see what they have for us. So let's quickly, we are at MDS Lancet. Can we speak to MDS Lancet? You are welcome. Could you kindly introduce your stand and what you have here?
Okay, so my name is Dr. Cosmos Bosong. We represent MDS Lancet Laboratory. This is my colleague. His name is Alvin Katahinen. Yes.
So what are some of the products that are available?
Okay, so for now we are exhibiting some of our flyers that show some
exhibition as part of the society's program.
Okay, so this will actually let the doctors or the clinicians who are present here today know what we do as a laboratory, so that they can actually reach out for the service to actually take care of their patients.
We are giving you the opportunity to tell the general public what you do, where you are located, and how they can access your service.
Okay, so we are an ISO accredited laboratory, regions. We've actually expanded Lancet Laboratory, and you will see the tests we run.
So, you are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself for us and what do you do at your stand?
We're from Medimosis, liver support, and we have a poster cure for urinary problems. That's the medicine we have here to sell.
Thank you for talking to us. We are still moving. You could see there are people in the stand watching the various pharmaceutical products that are displayed. We continue to speak to people what is happening. Their product here, we are at Lita Pharmaceutical Limited. We are standing. So, sir, could you kindly introduce yourself for us?
I'm Jackson from Lita Pharmaceuticals.
Can you share with us the kind of products that you have and how people can access yourself?
We have a lot of products. We have Polyron. The Polyron is for energy. At the same time, too, it gives you blood, the blood and energy together. We have Alucel for stomach. And then we have this, our new product, the adult care. It's for cough. And we have two types. We have the cough night rest. Then we have this one. Then after that, we have a whole lot of ranges of products. Now we've introduced amlodipine, which is the new amlodipine, the new product in town. Yeah. And we have the omeprazole. It's also new product. We have this for children too. We have the child care for cough. Then we have this one too, malaria, anti-malaria for children too. Yeah. So these are the products we have. And our product too is the prices are reasonable because we produce our own bottles. So we don't import them. So we have Lita Packaging. That's also a subsidiary of Lita Pharmaceuticals. So we produce our own PET bottles for the product.
So the health facilities who are listening to us, who are watching us, what package do you have for them?
Oh, the health facilities, some of them, they also produce their own drugs. So we have the bottles. If they need the bottles, we can produce the bottles for them. Because we have Lita Packaging. Yeah, produce bottles, then containers that you can put capsules and then tablets in it. We have the jar. We produce the jar. Then we have the PET bottles too. So that if they need some, we can produce it for them.
Looking at this program, adding the exhibition to part of the program, how do you see it?
Oh, well, this is not the first time we've been coming to their program, and we are quite impressed that most of the doctors came around. And we've also given them gifts. Samples of our product, including the new one, for them to go and try and see. So we really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. At least maybe we'll take the opportunity also to engage some of the students. Let's take the opportunity to engage some of the students as they are also part of this program. You are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
Reginald Goka.
Are you a student?
Yes. UAS.
Which program are you offering?
Medicine.
As participant or someone who came to witness this program, how do you say it?
It was very informative. Yeah, I enjoyed all the talks that were given. Yeah, and I also learned a lot concerning the investments as well, and also the labs as well. Yeah, so I had a good time.
I've seen that you are taking time to go through the exhibition pharmaceutical. Have you enjoyed some products from them?
I just got gifted some medications and an umbrella. Yeah, and I just saw these flyers.
Thank you for speaking to us. Yes, we still continue. Probably we are at a new stand. We'll have the opportunity to speak to one of the doctors. You are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
Okay. Hello, my name is Dr. Lydia Agloviche, and I'm a pharmacist with Unichem Ghana.
So at your stand, what services are you providing?
So we are producers and distributors of medication, where we also have our own manufacturing company in Ghana, Sprintex to be precise. And our head office is at North Industrial Area, Accra. So we are the sole distributors of Luex products. Yes, and we also import some of the Luex products from the UK to Ghana. Yes.
The health facilities who are watching us, is there any package for them if they want to read? Is there any package?
Oh, yes, they can. So once you do direct business with us, there are certain packages that you will enjoy. So there are other facilities who are not registered with us are encouraged to work with us directly, deal with business directly with us to enjoy those packages.
How do you see the organization of this program?
Come again.
How do you see the this program?
Oh, it was a very nice program. I had the opportunity to present yesterday, and I've gotten to meet a lot of people. Networking. It's a very nice program. I encourage that next year going, more people come and then experience it themselves in person. Yes.
Let's take the opportunity to speak to Dr. Ochabil also to add his voice. Dr. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Fine, thank you, sir.
What can you share with us?
Oh, okay. So this, as my colleague said, this is Unicam Ghana. We've been 40 years in this country, and then we are doing very well. We have our manufacturing on the Sprinters Road, and we produce most of our products here in Ghana.
Can you share with us some of your products that are available?
So we have the lowest cost range, that is for the family. We have for child, we have for children, we have for adults, we have for wet, and then we have for dry, all for the family. And then we also have the simplest TZ, and then we have our Zycard range for the hypertension. And then we also have Reduglide for the diabetic patients. So we have a lot of products here. And then we have Zyfin M, that is for allergies. We have Zyfin M for allergies also. Yeah.
Hello. Is it a new product? Is there anything new from you that?
Yeah, so the Zyfin M, which is the new product that we've added, we have the plain Zyfin, and then we have the Zyfin M that comes with the Montelukast. Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to us. Let's continue. We are still moving to a different stand. You can see people are really enjoying. They are happy. Some are going with packages. This is what they have gotten from. This is what they have received from the various stands. Hello, can we speak to you? You are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself for us?
I'm Simon Protocol, fifth year medical student of University of Health and Life.
You have visited this program. How do you see this program? How do you see this program?
It's a very exciting program to be here, to listen to all the speakers.
We've seen that. What does this program mean to you as a medical?
Okay, so it is showing me that there's an association or a society of private doctors, doctors in the private sector, and it's also talking about cancer and how they are going to manage the cancer in Ghana.
I've seen that you've gone through some of the stands to interact. Have you enjoyed some packages from them?
Yes, we got some.
Talking to us. We are still moving to another stand. Let's see if we can speak to this gentleman. We are at the EcoBank stand. If we can speak to. Yes, there are a lot of people. There is a background music also we are joining. So you are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself to us and your stand?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to us and your stand?
My name is Emmanuel. So this stand is EDC. EDC is EcoBank Development Corporation. We are mainly into investment. So as doctors, it's important that just as you take care of patients, you equally take care of yourself. And one key aspect of your life that you need to consider is about retirement. So if you want to plan for your retirement, you come to us at EDC. If you have short-term goals, medium-term goals, long-term goals, we have quite a number of investment products that you can enroll on. Some for short-term, some for long-term, the money market fund, the balance fund, the fixed income, the retirement fund. So come to us, we can engage. You have a financial planning session with you. Let's look at what your goals are. Then we can do a simulation. Based on the simulation, everybody as a doctor can work towards getting $1 million Ghana cedis minimum, and we can help you to achieve that. So we are EDC, financial independence. We always say is possible. Thank you.
I heard you speaking about doctors. Is it only doctors who can come
It is not only doctors. I mentioned doctors because of the session we've had. But whether you're a doctor, you're a pharmacist, you're a health worker, you're a teacher, whoever you are, as far as you're a Ghanaian, you're a human being, you can actually achieve or attain 1 million Ghana cedis. Whether it's a CD, it's a dollar, we can help you achieve that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking. Yes, we just spoke to EcoBank stand. We are moving on to Stanbic financial institution stand. You are welcome, my brother. Could you kindly introduce yourself for us?
Okay, my name is Kelvin. I'm a business development consultant at Stanbic Bank, Ghana.
Can you share some of your product with us?
Okay, so here we have two types of our product. We have the business and the personal. Now we are saying with the personal account, we are going with the student personal account because we've seen some students around. So come open a bank account with us, and the students, you are being charged no charge on the debit card that we give. So we have here today, whereby they open a business account, we help them manage their account, we give them VAF, that is the vehicle asset financing, we give them overdraft, we give them loans, and we help them build their medical centers.
One word, there are several financial institutions. Why should I choose Stanbic?
Okay, so we are saying Stanbic is the go-to bank when it comes to your financial needs. Now, when it comes to Stanbic, we are affiliated to some international companies or some international banks. That is the International Bank of China, where it's known as one of the biggest banks in the world currently. So because of our relationship with ICBC, we are able to leverage on this, and we help in importation of this medical equipment and all that. So as a pharmacist or as a pharmaceutical company, the best bank when it comes to pharmaceuticals and anything medication, Stanbic will be your best choice.
Apart from, I know today is a medical program, apart from those in the health sector, what about those in other sectors?
Okay, so basically, Stanbic is there for all businesses. So when it comes to the small scale businesses, the commercial businesses, we are there to help grow your business. The valve and all those importations still hold for all other businesses. If you are in a business that does in importation, exports, small scale, large scale, mining, all other sectors, we are there for you, and we give you premium treatment where we have our enterprise team who are there on standby. We have our commercial team who are on standby to have a good relationship with you and help you grow your business.
We've seen you at the Society of Private and Medical and Dental Practitioners Program. How long have you had this collaboration with them?
Okay, so we've been in collaboration with the Medical Society for more than 5 to 10 years now. And it's a society that we've really helped when it comes to this building of their pharmaceutical sector and all that. So we've been with them for a couple of times.
How will you describe the collaboration since you started? How do you see it?
Okay, so it has been a fruitful collaboration. They have been to bank with us and all that. We've been to several of their annual anniversary like this, their annual conferences, and it has been a fruitful one. It's a healthy collaboration that we have with them.
Thank you for speaking to us. Yes, we just spoke to the representative from Stanbic telling us the products and the facilities that they have. So they're encouraging people to make sure they visit their stand, look for Stanbic Bank, and just have a business with them. Currently, the program is happening live from Chances Hotel in Hope. This is the capital of the Volta region. This is where the Society's 45th and general meeting is taking place. So we are moving on. There are other stands also here, so we will take the opportunity also to speak to them. We are at a different stand. Can we get someone to speak to? You are welcome. Yes, there are a series of products that are displayed, so we are taking the opportunity to. You are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
So my name is Lawrence Boateng. I'm a medical rep for Exeter Pharmaceutical. That's under NS Chemist. NS Chemist is one of the leading pharmaceuticals in Ghana and over 40 years experience. And so all the things you see over here are from NS Chemist.
Can you share with us some of your products that are displayed and put?
All right, so NS Chemist, we've got different kind of products. You can see we have the BP monitors. That's from Omron, one of the best quality products in Ghana when it comes to BP checking. Yeah, one of the best products when it comes to BP monitoring. All right, we have it in different brands. All right, that's suited for the Ghana market, and it's well quality as compared to all the other brands on the market. We also have the pharmaceutical product that you can see. So this is our pharmaceutical product. We have from supplements for men, for women, and this is Pro-Man. It is to engineer the energy of men and cause total balance of hormones in men. That is the Pro-Man. As Pro-Woman, we also have the painkillers. All right, we have the anti-infectives from Exeter. It's a UK product that is solely imported by NS Chemist. And we also have our personal product. It's called personal control. It's for men to control their posting hygienes and all those things. We believe that every man that's above 40 years, you need to be on this product because it serves as a prophylaxis at the same time, it's like a preventive measure for men after 40 years. Because every man, whether you like it or you're prostrate, you cannot control it.
Looking at this here, someone who is watching us or listening to us will be asking, oh, the price. How is it?
Oh, the price is very affordable. The price is very affordable. You know, NS Chemist is made for quality and affordability. As I told you, I've been in the Ghana market for about 40 years. So everything about NS Chemist is very affordable. It's not too expensive. That when you come, we know how to negotiate with you. Is that right? And then we have the local products too from NS Chemist. We have our baby cough. We have our stop cough. #1 product on the market when it comes to stop cough prevention, both dry and then a wet cough. We have it. We have our painkillers that are produced locally in Ghana. So all these products over here are locally produced in Ghana. As well as I said, we have the Exeter that is what important. So whether you want the foreign product or the local product, NS Chemist have got you covered. And our products are quality and affordable. Over 40 years in experience.
What is new here? What is new from NS Chemist?
What is unique?
What is new? Is there any product that you have?
Okay, we have our #1 selling product that is Enafox. So you can see it's a 3rd generation cephalosporin. It is one of the leading selling products in the market. All right, one of the leading selling antibiotic products on the market. Enafox. If you have tried 1st generation, 2nd generation is not working, go for Enafox, and you come back and come and tell the story from NS Chemist. Yeah.
How long have you collaborated with the society?
Well, this society from the beginning, NS Chemist have always been there. We have been with this society from the beginning of inception, and we have always are willing to always partner with them because they're a bit of a great service to us. I mean, it's like a banter. We give, they also take, and we always need them. They have made us NS Chemists. Without the private and the private doctors association, NS Chemists will not be NS Chemists because they are the #1 people that use a lot of our products. So we have been with them for a long time, and then we are always willing to support them. Yeah.
You describe the marriage as a very good one.
Very good marriage. We are willing for more. We are willing for more. Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to us. So we are moving to Ezepen. This is a new stand that we also we had another stand where we are speaking to. Daddy, you are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
My name is George Ebubuati. I'm a pharmacist working with MNG. I'm a manager, the sales manager. You know, actually, I'm business development manager for MNG Pharmaceuticals.
So what are some of the products that are displayed here?
We have a lot of them. We have got malaria, you know, anti-malaria drugs. We have got the, you know, Malof is Artemether plus Lumefantrine. You know, we have got the one which, you know, is pack 24, and we have got one which is pack 6. That means you take it for only 3 days. And then we have got ibuprofen. We call ours, we branded it called MT-Profen. We have got 200 milligrams and then 400 milligrams. We have got Isipin. These are flash sheet products. Isipin is aceclofenac plus paracetamol. You have pains, especially you go and abstract your tooth, you take one within a short time, you are there. And then the gynecological, those who are having pains, abdominal pains, the ladies during their menstrual period, you know, sometimes they have the pains, you take it, you are on the right track. Then we have got the zinc tablet for the children when they have diarrhea, and you take it one daily for 10 days, and the diarrhea will stop. You know, plus you have got cetirizine when you are having itching and all those things. You take, you know, a tablet. You have got the cough mixture, you know, a tablet that you know, not all the time that you can take the bottle alone. So we are made in such a way that it's a cough mixture in tablet form. It's a lozenges. So you just put in your mouth and then just try to play with it with your tongue, and the cough you go. And then we have got metformin for those who have sugar problems. And then we have got Cipro, which is for antibiotic, especially antibiotics called ciprofloxacin. We have it's called MCPro. We have got MCPro TZ with another product that when you have problem with intestinal problem, and flagellates, it also will take care of it. And then we have got Polyfer is also one of our big flagship products. It's a
One of your flagship.
yeah, that is this is the Polyfer syrup, and then this one is a blood tonic. It's one of the main and one of the longest blood tonic that ever been made by MNG, and it's all over the country. Every place you go, Polyfer is supreme. For the women, pregnant women, even the men, you can take Polyfer. When your blood is low, you can take. You have got the syrup, and you have got the tablet form. So those who do not want to take the syrup, then you take the trap. You have got cough mixtures, you've got antacid. When you have stomach, ramples and all those things, acidity and all those things, and they are sugar free. You don't need to take any medicine. If you have sugar problems, you can take it because sugar free. And then we have got Heptolife. Heptolife is for those people who want to eat and grow a little bit bigger, those thing people. So that is also for them. And we have got other products which are not manufactured by us, but we are agent for them. We have got a bioserum and vaccines. We have got their product, anti-rabies, anti-tetanus. We have got one Ruclon. The Ruclon is those people, mothers sometimes they are negative because something is negative. It's a blood probe issues. And then when the mother is negative and the baby in the tummy is positive, there are a lot of problems that they will issue. And sometimes you don't take care, the baby will die in your tummy. That one too, we have this thing for the product. We have got anti-cancer drugs that we sell. And we have got a whole lot of anti-tetanus. When you have a cat, we have got this thing for prevention and for curative. You have all in fact, we have got a lot of drugs in our basket. I want to see it. You will not close the eyes now.
So, with all the beautiful things that you've said, the health facilities who are watching us, what package do you have for them? What message do you have for them?
They should come to MNG for all their drug needs. We have everything, one stop shop. We have and they have got all our reps all over the country. From Accra, Western North, Eastern region, Water region, Uti region, Northern region, Northwest. We have got Savannah. We have got reps in Bro East, Ahafo. You go to Upper East, We have got reps all over the country. And in fact, most of the medical stores in Accra, we are there. You go there, see MNG products.
So let's see, how will you describe your relationship with the Society of the Private Medical and Dentist Practitioners?
We have been together for a long time. In fact, ever since the inception of the creation of this particular society, we have been with them. We have been attending their agents. And in fact, they are our clients. We have a lot of business that we do with them in their private hospitals. We have got sales team that visit them anywhere that they are, and we are being good business. We are we have been doing a lot of a good job between us, and then that's why every time that they are doing their annual general meeting, we participate and we make sure that we support them. And that's the way that we say thank you for the the business that they have been doing with them. That's why we are here, to participate and to give them the morale to say that we are behind you. So please, the work that you have done we appreciate the work that you have been doing, the business that you have been doing. We appreciate them. That's all.
Yes, you've just heard from the rep from MNG Pharmaceutical Limited with various assorted pharmaceutical products beautifully displayed. Let's give you a thumbs up. Your setup is very excellent. And in fact, they have done a very good job. They have done a very good job. Thank you. So that is the stand that you could see, yes, as part of the 45th General Meeting of Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. General meeting that is going on is what is currently we are witnessing. We've just gone through the various exhibition stand. We've just gone through the various exhibition stands, the various products that are to display. We've spoken to some of the participants. Yes, there is a fun aspect. Spin to win is taking place. Let's take you there to have a feel of what the people who are lined up to take their turn to see whether they will be among the luckiest winners. So we have spin to win. That is currently going on. Yes, this is the fun aspect of the whole anniversary that is taking place beautifully. People are enjoying. People are in the queue to take their turn to see whether they will be among the lucky winners. You can see how people are happy and eager to take their turn. We are counting to see, yes, there are caps and other things as part of the prizes. Yes, he's waving us. Yeah, he's waving you as part of. People are really, really enjoying. Yes, the gentleman has won a cap. Let's speak to the gentleman. I think the gentleman just went for a cap. Let me find out from him. Howard. Yeah, welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself to us?
My name is Courage. I'm from US. I'm a CTA pharmacy student.
Yeah, I've seen that you've just gone for a cap. Where did you get it?
Oh, I just participated in the game and then I won it.
Oh, so you're one of the lucky winners?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
please.
I mean, I think it would not be bad. Just wear the cap and let's see. Wear the cap and let's see. Yeah. He's a gentleman. See how he's wearing his cap. How do you see him? You could see that he's smiling. So your visit to this program hasn't been in vain. Apart from the camp, have you enjoyed any products from the exhibitors?
Oh, yeah.
What else have you enjoyed?
Oh, I've gotten some, exercise books and then some drugs too. So it's okay.
So how will you describe today's program?
Oh, it has been very fruitful. I mean, we had to speak to the Minister of Health and then he said some words which were encouraging. Then some keynote speakers also gave their own words, which was actually good. So I've been impacted, so I'm happy.
As a medical student, how do you see?
Oh, I'm actually a pharmacy student, and then yes, and then it's no need to pull around. You know, the health force requires inter-force collaboration. So you need collaboration from medical students, from pharmacy, from nursing. So seeing all these people here has been very helpful, and I've been able to speak to some people too. So, yeah.
Are you networking?
Yes, I have. I've spoken to some people. Yes.
Very important. Thank you for speaking to us. You can see people have lined up. They are throwing. Oh, she's just mixed. 8. Yes, another one. I think the last one. Let's see if you get it. Oh, our beautiful lady couldn't. Come. Oh, could you speak? Yes, people are enjoying it. Oh, madam, come. Yes. Yes, people are taking their turn. They are enjoying. Let's see if this lady will be among the lucky winners. No. Yeah, one has gone. No. Yes, we are getting to where the game is taking place. People are enjoying. Madam, can we speak to you? Why you are?
Hello, I made 3. You made 3.
Talk to
Mr. Otabil. Okay, Dr. Otabil is still coming. Let's get him to find out why they've decided to add this fun aspect to the program. Once again, you are welcome.
All right. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. So in Unichem, we believe in after a hard day's work, you cool down. After a hard day's work, you have to cool down. So we always go along with these games to just cool down the temperature after a hard day's work.
So after the presentation and everything, they'll come out and then they'll have some fun time together. It's also part of our gimmicks that we share, just to go home with something from Lewis. Lewis, we believe that everybody is a winner. So as you go home with something from Unichem or from Lewis. That is why we always bring in these games whenever we have such programs.
How do you feel? I can see there is a lot of joy in the faces of people who have lined up to take their turn. How do you feel?
So as a company, we always feel happy when we put smile in the faces of these people, because they are the reason why we brought them. And these are the future doctors that they are coming to help push our product. So when we put these things together for them, we are happy to see them also being happy, playing the game. Everybody is anxious to win something at the end of the day. So we are always happy seeing them also being happy.
Thank you for speaking to us. Thank you. Yes, you could see how people are anxiously lined up, waiting to take their turn so that they can see whether they will be among the lucky winners. You can see both over at this point, there are ladies who have lined up with their packages that they have received from this program, carrying their bags. They're waiting to take their turn so that they can see if they'll be among the lucky winners. At the far end too, similar, you can see them also with their packages. In fact, one would say that the program has been very beautiful. As part, it is not only the educational aspect, but there is fun aspect of it, which really makes it lively and very, very interesting. Yes, I have been joined by some brothers with their packages. Could you kindly introduce yourself for us?
So I'm Jafet Yalmon, a UHAS medical student.
As part of this program, how do you see this program?
So as a medical student, it was very educative, especially in the finance aspect, because from what I learned, it was to take the decision to be able to be financially disciplined and to also take that initiative to also invest in my future as well.
I've seen that you are holding some packages yesterday. As part of the program, there are exhibitions. What have you enjoyed from them?
So I had a cap, yes, please, and one of the lucky winners as well. And apart from that, too.
Okay. Yes, you can see the beautiful cars. Man up.
Man up, yes. So I'm a man and I'm up.
Yeah.
Yes, please, yes, please.
Apart from the what else do you have?
So apart from the cap, we have I also have some medications as well, and an umbrella too as well too. It's about to be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome, my brother. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
I'm Samuel Binjesi. I'm a fourth year medical student in UHAS.
How do you see today's session?
Being part of this session or this program has helped me a lot. I've gained knowledge and experience to how to deal with cancer anytime a patient comes to you or consults you in the hospital.
Is this your first time of witnessing this program?
Yeah, this is actually my first time witnessing a program like this. Yeah.
So, as someone who has been part of them, what are some of the things that you have also enjoyed?
I think with the staff that I got and also how the program was coordinated and planned. Yeah.
I realized that they've organized a fun game aspect. How do you see it?
Oh, it's actually a nice thing. It was a very good initiative. I myself enjoyed taking part in this exercise, and I also won some amazing gifts, which I have here with me. Yeah. So.
Thank you for speaking to us. Yes, you can see the game is still on. The game is still on. You can see. Oh, okay. Let's speak to our beautiful lady, the lucky winner. Let's speak to Madam. You are welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself to us?
Yeah, I'm Sandra Tete, a student midwife, level 400 from UHAS.
Yeah, I've seen that you are part of those who took part in the game. How did it go?
Yeah, it was so interesting and very anxious. You don't know when you win, but I was lucky to get this.
What did you win?
It's a car park For resting, yes.
Wow. So you've gotten something home.
Yes.
Can you open?
Okay.
Yeah. So you are very welcome.
You.
How do you feel being part of this program?
I'm so happy. So happy to be here, and I got to learn a lot of things. Yes.
Thank you for speaking to us. Yes, that is a lady who also won a beautiful prize, sharing her joy with us. You can see how people have lined up, anxiously waiting to take their turn to be. Oh, the gentleman. Oh, our gentleman could not get any prize. Yes, there is another person who is taking their turn. In fact, it has been a very interesting program. You can see how the students are happily enjoying themselves. It is very, very interesting. I think the society, we have to give them thumbs up. They have really, really done well. And I think that with all these students coming around to be part or to witness this program, it will leave a lasting impression on them as they step out of campus to join the association. Yes, what you are currently witnessing here is the 45th General Meeting of Society of Private Medical and Dentist Practitioners. It is currently underway in the capital of Volta Region Hall, Chances Hotel to be precise. This is where the program is currently taking place. So here we are just witnessing the fun aspects of it. This is what it's gonna. We also enjoy some bobobo, but people were happy, singing, shaking their bodies to
in the both kidneys and travel through the urethra is to be stored in the urinary bladder, and from where it passes through the center of the prostate before getting through to the penis. And the function of the prostate is to produce prostatic fluid, and which mixed up with the sperm to become a semen for reproduction. So that's the main function of the prostate. Now, production. So that's the main function of the prostate tends to enlarge. And then because it passes through, the urethra passes through the center of the prostate. And when it enlarges inwards. It doesn't enlarge outwards. So it tends to block the passage of the urine. That gives you the signs and symptoms that we have. So when it enlarges, it tends to block the urethra in the center of the prostate. So you have symptoms like frequent urination, urgency, hesitancy, incomplete urination. And when you're even urinating, the urine comes slowly. Next slide. So those are the key functions of the prostate. When that happens, you have to strain before the urine comes. There are some hormones that have been implicated as the cause of the enlargement. They serve as a food to enlarge the prostate. So the prostate keeps on enlarging. The stroma cells keep on dividing. They are supposed to die, but they don't die off. So more is added to it, and then they become enlarged. That's why we have benign prostate hyperplasia. Now, when that happens, like I said earlier, you have to strain before the urine comes. And even when the urine is coming, it comes slowly. It doesn't come with force. And it also tends to break up, intermittency. Sometimes when you feel like urinating, you get to the point you want to urinate, the urine won't come, it will delay. We call it hesitancy. So these are the symptoms that I've said. And at the end of the urination too, you feel as if some of the urine still come in drops, is dribbling at the tail end. You are not able to completely empty your bladder. And the other bothering symptom is when in the night you keep on urinating frequently, sometimes 5 times, 10 times, 15 times before daybreak. So by the time day breaks, you don't feel well. You've lost your sleep and all that. So those are the signs and symptoms of prostate enlargement. Now, how do you diagnose it? The conventional method, digital rectal examination to feel the prostate, the surface, whether it's soft, whether it's hard, and see the size. We do the PSA test, prostate-specific antigen, to see the level. The normal level is usually 0 to 4 nanogram per mil. And the normal weight of the prostate is 40 grams. So we do ultrasound scan to see. You have to do biopsy. If there's a need, you suspect there could be a cancer. You need to do a biopsy. And then you can also do magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, also to see, uses magnets to take detailed pictures of the prostate. So that's the diagnosis. Now the treatment options, lifestyle changes. You may start with, you have to, before you go to bed, make sure maybe 2 hours before bedtime, you don't drink any fluid, water, maybe tea, any drink. You don't take anything like that. And also avoid bladder irritants like alcohol, caffeine. Those are bladder irritants. And then the medication. Check with your doctor about common cold or allergy medication like antihistamines. Certain antihistamines causes the urethral spasm. Certain antihistamine causes urethral spasm. So when you have prostate issue, and you go and take it, you have cold, and then you go and buy it over the counter and take it, it can worsen your situation. And then we also do bladder training. Bladder training. This one involves you practice double voiding. When you finish urinating, you don't leave immediately. You wait for a while to see whether another urine will come again. Those are the treatment options. And then we have medications. When lifestyle changes are not enough, the doctor may prescribe one of the following combination, maybe alpha blockers, drugs like tamsulosin, Flomax, or alphazolin. These are drugs which are alpha blockers. And then we have 5 alpha reductase inhibitors, medications like finasteride, dutasteride, and so on. Then we have the PDE5 inhibitors also, tadalafil. Tadalafil was initially made for sexual function, but it has been seen to also help in the flow of the urine. Then there's also minimally invasive procedures and surgery. Yeah. We can do TURP, transurethral resection of the prostate. There's also a laser therapy for that. We also have prostatic urethral lift. Insert something that will cause the prostate to be lifted and then allow the urethral passage to be clear of the prostate tissue. And then we also have this transurethral water vapor therapy, what we call Resume. These are all forms of trying to solve the problem. Now, prostate issues are very, very, very worrisome for men. And most men will go through that phase of prostate enlargement. Most men, almost 90% and above, will go through it. Some people may experience the symptoms when even the prostate is not too much enlarged, let's say maybe 62 grams. They may be having serious symptoms. Some may also have maybe 200 grams and may not have any symptom at all. Yes. Some may only be detected when in postmortem after death, before you see that the prostate is enlarged. But some prostate may be about 60 grams. They may even have to be wearing a catheter, urethral catheter. So it depends on everybody's constitution. Now, it's also in the family line. If your father have a prostate issue, the son is likely to have the prostate issue. The son's son is likely to have the prostate issue. And so this is another cause. So it runs in the family. Now, this presentation seeks to investigate the burden of prostate disorders in Ghana and evaluate the potential combination of prostate cure as an accessible and sustainable intervention for improving prostate health outcomes among men in Ghana and the rest of the world. In fact, Prostacure Herbal Tea and Prostacure S capsules have been used across the world in many continents. Across the world, yeah. It's been seen to be very effective. This is Prostacure X capsules. It contains 42 capsules. You take it 2 capsules 3 times a day. 2 capsules 3 times a day. And we also have the Prostacure tea. The advice is you use the Prostacure tea to drink the Prostacure capsules morning and evening. Then the afternoon dose, use normal water to take it. The reason being that when you combine the Prostacure tea and the Prostacure S capsules, there are different formulations. So it potentiates the effects and it works faster. Now, Prostacure is an herbal formulation used for management of prostate disorders such as prostatitis, benign prostate hyperplasia, or enlarged prostate enlargement. The product is FDA approved. It was formulated in 2010. The main active ingredient for the formulation is Croton membranosus. Croton membranosus. That's the main active. Now, Croton membranosus There's a lot of research on it, and it's been found to do its job by one, inhibiting the rate at which the stromal cells that forms the prostate gland divides. So it's inhibited. It's also hastening their death, what we call apoptosis. Yeah, and there are some key bioactive compounds that is found in the croton. We have the glucrotin, we have the scopoletin, then we have all the other ones which are found to be the bioactive compounds in Prostacure. So the signs and symptoms: urgency, urinating, hesitancy, weak stream, interruption of urine, there's straining and incomplete voiding. These are the signs which Prostacure seek to eliminate completely by making sure that the prostate shrink. No matter how big the prostate is enlarged, Prostacure is able to shrink the prostate gland back to normal size without surgery. And that's what medemosis is known for. It will shrink it no matter how big it is. So the duration of treatment depends on the age of the patient. So let's start, say, from 30 years, the patient will take it for 3 months and the prostate will shrink back to normal. If the patient is 40 years, 30 to 40 years, you take it for 4 months. 40 to 50 years, you take it for 5 months. 50 to 60 years, you take it for 6 months. 60 to 70 years, you take it for 7 months. Even if the person is in catheter, urethral catheter, we will shrink it and then take the catheter out without surgery. So this is a combination: Prostacure X capsules and then Prostacure herbal tea. You boil the capsule, you boil the tea. The tea, the advice is, okay, so you boil it, you can use electric kettle. You put 2 tea bags in the kettle and add 500 ml of water, which is sachet water 1, and then switch the kettle on. And when the kettle stops, you are done. When the kettle stops, you wait for 5 minutes for it to simmer well before you pour the tea. When you pour the tea, you use the tea to drink 2 capsules in the morning. And in the evening, you prepare another tea. You take 2 capsules with it. You take it 30 minutes before food. 30 minutes before food. The afternoon dose of the capsule is 3 times. So the afternoon dose, you use ordinary water to take it. So let's keep this one. Now, there have been a lot of studies that's been done on Prostacure. This presentation relies on 2 studies on croton membranosus, independent researchers published in the Ghana Medical Journal and the National Library of Medicine in the USA. So this study was conducted by Matthew Che and Co. and et al. Now, traditional medicine and alternative practice in management of prostate diseases in southern Ghana. The second one was shrinkage of prostates and improved quality of life. Management of BPH patients with croton membranosus ethanolic root extracts by George Auku and Co. Now, traditional medicine and alternative practice in the management of prostate diseases in Ghana. Now, the objective of the study was identifying a Ghanaian medicine used for the management of prostate diseases and their the study was aimed at identifying the traditional medicine used for the management of prostate and their consequent use of study development of them are also this was a prospective study. Traditional medicine samples from consecutive patients with From January 2016, and had a draft treatment with traditional medicines. Had the sample additionally all the licensed pharmaceutical shops in the nation. Medicines in the main business district of Accra. So, in the main business district of Accra, were visited and traditional medicines for its management of prostate diseases acquired. The products constituent as labeled were documented and entered once on a pro forma. This study was part of a study on the management of benign prostate hyperplasia at Kolebu Teaching Hospital, approved by the Medical Directorate. Data analysis. The findings were analyzed and presented using descriptive statistics and presented as a table. The indigenous constituents identified formed the basis of a literature research using PubMed and Google Scholar databases. Additionally, visits were made to the Center for Plant Medicine Research at Mampon, equipping to determine studies and animal and clinical studies that had been performed on some of these products. The main indigenous medicinal plant used for the management of prostate diseases in Ghana is the root extract of Croton membranosus, which was a constituent in 4 of the products found in the market. It has been observed to relieve symptoms of BPH and enhance urination without the accompanying difficulty. It is marketed as Euro 500 with 10 milligram oral formulation of the plant weight. I happen to be part of the people who produce Euro 500 when I was at the center as a clinical research director. Now, the product is packaged by the Center for Plant Medicine. This plant was found in 3 other preparations. We have the EuroQuick mixture, then we have Prostacure, and then we have Prostat 60. We have the EuroQuick mixture, Prostacure, and Prostat 60. So those were the products they worked on. Now, discussion. The interest in the Ghanaian indigenous plant, Croton membranosus, in the management of prostate diseases found in 4 of the products, Euro 500, Prostat 60, EuroQuick mixture, and Prostacure, has led to various laboratory studies to identify the active constituents. Both animal and human studies aimed at understanding the underlying mechanism of its action and its clinical effectiveness has been conducted. Conclusion. There are both animal and human studies to support the effectiveness of C. membranosus in the management of some patients with lower urinary symptoms due to BPH. What remains to be elucidated is the population subgroup with lower urinary tract symptoms due to BPH, in whom C. membranosus will achieve satisfactory results with respect to good urine flow rates and acceptable post-void residual urine volumes level. This will require a large study population to establish. While its medicinal significance has generated scientific interest in the plant, there is a real concern in relation to the longer term of availability of the indigenous plants in the natural habitat. The second study was shrinkage of prostates and improved quality of life, management of BPH patients with Croton membranosus ethanolic root extract. The objective of the study aimed at validating the use of Croton freeze-dried Croton membranosus ethanolic root extract for BPH. Methodology. 33 patients were observed before and after 3 months administration of 20 milligram 3 times a day orally. The International Prostate Symptom Score and the International Index of Erectile Function questionnaire were used. Total and free PSA, renal function, liver function, lipid tests, ultrasonographic imaging were performed. 30 patients, 66 plus or minus 11 years completed the study. Data analysis. Data for the study was analyzed using GraphPath Prism 6.01 students' t-test for the paired data was performed. Descriptive statistics was presented as a mean standard deviation. Pearson's correlation analysis was performed to determine associations. In all, 30 clinically diagnosed BPH patients attending the urology and the phytomedicine clinics with average, no report of adverse effects was registered by any of the patients during the study. However, one diabetic patient reported improved glycemic index, which further supports our unpublished data of possible hypoglycemic effect of C. membranosus. Discussion. BPH continues to be a major problem worldwide, while new pharmaceutical drugs are being sought for a gradual but substantive shift to nutraceutical and medicinal plant is occurring globally. Medicinal plants are being used by 80% of the world's population. In emerging economies, it is the first line of medical support. Nonetheless, in some advanced economies like Germany and Austria, 90% use phytotherapeutic agents. The drive towards the use of phytotherapeutic agents is a decision based on safety and side effects. Most medicinal plants have been used for ages and are considered safe with fewer side effects. C. membranosus roots extract has been used in Ghana for decades for BPH treatment. The last decade has, however, witnessed a surge in scientific data on the effect of C. membranosus. So, we can see that, in conclusion, the ethanolic root extract of C. membranosus is one of the few monoherbal products that remarkably reduces PSA levels and the prostate volumes, and subsequently improve the quality of life of patients with BPH. There's the need for a larger, multi-centered clinical trial for further, to confirm its efficacy and beneficial effects. So there are gaps in the findings. The two studies establish the need for clinical basis evidence to back the efficacy of Croton membranosus in solving prostate problems. The major advantage of Prostacure is the fact that it is produced in Ghana by a clinic specialized in prostate management. This has helped in the collection of real-time pragmatic data on efficacy of the Croton membranosus. With the data collated from the hospital management system, the GMS system that Medimosis prostate use, we will attempt to fill the gaps of these studies. These Prostacure X capsules. Now, our methodology, and that's what we did in our clinic. This data is taken in a 10-year period, 1st January 2016 to July 2026. The data focuses only on men from age 35 who were diagnosed of various prostate problems, BPH and prostatitis. The data was analyzed based on the whole number of population to reduce standard deviation and correlation analysis and give a vivid result. The final determination of efficacy was measured using ultrasound scan and PSA result. We also considered patients who show signs of reduced international prostate symptom score. That's frequent urination, nocturia, weakness, hesitancy, urgency, incomplete voiding, intermittency, and those are the international prostate symptom score that we used. Some patients also experienced improved sexual function after treatment. You know, the orthodox drug that we use for treatment of prostate problem, they also cause sexual weakness. So people with prostate issue on the orthodox drug, and their sexual function goes down. But in our case, it's rather improved the sexual function. and reduces the prostate's weight back to normal size. So the data that we have, total attendance was 33,994. The prostate problems that we have was 27,000 and above. Improved prostate size and PSA and other symptoms, we were able to have about 24,864. Source of the data is our GMENT system. Analysis from the data, about 92% of patients who was put on Prostacure either got relieved from the symptoms of prostate problems or had reduction in the size of their prostate or reduction in the PSA reading. This shows the effectiveness of chromosomal membranosus and supports the published studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, you can have your seat. Now you call on Dr. Gali to introduce the chairman for this afternoon's scientific session.
Good afternoon, everybody. This afternoon, we are coming to have a gentleman who is known to us. This gentleman completed Accra Academy in 1982 and went to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology from 1982 to 1989. After that, he worked as a medical officer and proceeded to Hadassah, the Hebrew University, for his MPH. From there, he came back and I was a consultant working with the BASICS project, sponsored by USAID from 2003 through to 2008. He is now a senior lecturer in public health and a consultant. He teaches at CAF University and then University of Cape Coast in the Department of Public Health. He has achieved a lot. Consultant for Global Fund to support Ghana for malaria, founded in 2007. Consultant Global Fund in Sierra Leone. Consultant for Maternal and Child Health Project. He has a lot. And he is now the CEO and then the medical director in charge of St. Joseph's Specialist Clinic. He is the chairman of the Health Insurance Committee of SPMDP. I'm talking about a person known to us in the name of Dr. Joseph Akwamwa Otunfo. Otunfo, these are your subjects, and the audience, these are our Otunfo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was saying that the chairman is already in his chair. Thank you very much and good afternoon to all. I hope we'll have a nice session this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next session will be an online. The presenter will not be here physically, but she will be online. Please, is she ready? Dr. Mary and Dazi. Is she ready? Please, the media. Is she available? Okay. So Dr. Mary Andazi is a senior specialist at the Oncology and Radiotherapy Unit, National Center for Radiotherapy, and nuclear medicine. She's a fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, and she's a board-certified radiation oncologist with more than 12 years of experience in the clinicals, teaching, and research. She's a chief examiner of the Faculty of the Oncology and Radiotherapy at the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. She has many publications to her name. She's going to tell us about non-pharmacological interventions in cancer care. And as I said, she will join us online very, very soon. So, Doc, Dazi, if you are ready. Is she ready?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
I hope my screen can be seen.
Yes, we can
I'm
see
not
the
so
whole
sure
person
you
paradigm.
can see my screen. I'm not getting any feedback.
We can see your screen here.
My name is Mary Andazi, and please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very, very much. My name is Mary Andazi, and I'll be taking you through the non-pharmacological interventions in cancer care. And I'm really sorry I wasn't able to be with you in person. There were some other equally important responsibilities that have kept me here. But I believe that we can still have a very good session, although I'm not with you in person. So my topic for today is Beyond the Tumor, Non-Pharmacological Interventions in Cancer Care. We want to have a comprehensive look at evidence-based whole person strategies that complement conventional oncology and restore quality of life. It's good to know that previously cancer care was focused on the tumor, on the malignancy, and it overlooked the person that was carrying the burden of cancer. And every focus was on the tumor to either cure or to palliate, but then forgetting that some of our interventions were coming with side effects, as well as the person itself and all that he or she had to endure in terms of social responsibilities, change of lifestyle, sometimes changes in their marital and sexual life, changes at work, financial constraints. And so we've moved from the tumor-based treatment care to what we call the whole person. It involves mental, social, emotional, and even spiritual support to cushion it. Now we have to know that mentioned earlier, conventional care targets the malignancy, but then it overlooks the person enduring it. And these patients suffer a lot of burden. The whole diagnosis of cancer comes with a burden, first because of a lot of myths that are associated with the disease. For some patients or for some people, cancer is synonymous to death. It's synonymous to financial loss, marital loss, a lot of changes in their life. Patients have to endure a lot of pain with the treatments, fatigue with therapy, depression, anxiety. And as treatment becomes more complex, so are these side effects that also are becoming a bit more. For example, as we move from chemotherapy all the way to immunotherapy, we have immune-mediated side effects that patients have to endure. And so this leaves a big gap that we believe that complementary strategies can come in to fill this gap and to make the whole experience of cancer more tolerable for the patient. Now, what does integrative oncology mean? What does it mean? It's a patient-centered, evidence-informed approach that combines the mind-body practices and lifestyle modifications along with the conventional treatment, not instead of it. So we don't mean that once you are doing the integrative oncology, you abandon your conventional treatment, no. But it's a combination of conventional treatments and other complementary support systems that makes the treatment bearable, improves outcome, and improves quality of life. Now, the main reasons why we do that, or the benefits, are in quality of life. We want to optimize physical and emotional well-being throughout the journey. You don't want to take a patient through treatment and the patient has to endure. The patient has to go through depression, anxiety, and their whole life is totally turned around because they've been diagnosed with cancer and because they are going through therapy. Yes, indeed, we know that it is difficult, but it's possible to make it better with all these support systems. Emotional support, mental support, spiritual support, that will help the patient to go through it in a way that they can tolerate it well enough. And there wouldn't be so much change in their lifestyle, so much change in their family lives, in their marital lives, in their work lives. We've also realized that supporting conventional therapy improves the response or to therapy, conventional therapy, as well as the tolerability of all the side effects. It also empowers the patient to become active and be part of the decision making. Once the patient is active and is part of the decision making and understands the whole journey, they are more likely to comply. They are more likely not to default their therapy. They are more likely not to get lost to follow up. Now, why do patients seek complementary care? We realize that evidence has shown that about 80% of patients or survivors use a form of complementary supportive system, and they adopt it post their diagnosis. At least one non-pharmacological modality is adopted post-diagnosis, and that if they're able to follow through and becomes part of their daily lifestyle, improves outcome and even survival as a whole. The thing that motivates patients most is that it improves their general well-being and it helps them to manage their treatment side effects more. And what drives these patients to go on is that it makes them feel like they've regained some control, some function, and it improves their immune system, making them feel better, feel stronger, and it just sort of drives the patient to continue with whatever trajectory or therapy they are receiving. Now, we want to take us through a few, not all of them, it's quite comprehensive, but a few of these evidence-based support systems. Now, the gold standard that we encourage all our patients and they have to be comfortable and they have to be modified to fit the patient's current functional status. So that if there's a patient who is using, for example, a Zimmer frame, we would encourage the patient that it gives a lot of psychological relief. It helps reduces depression, it helps reduces anxiety, it helps reduces cancer-related fatigues. As the patient exercises, as the patient moves out of bed, as the patient takes a stroll outside their room or even on their compound or possibly outside, it just gives them a sense of well-being, a sense that not everything has been taken from them, a sense that they have some sort of control and they are able to do something for themselves. It also restores function. So, for example, if a patient has had a surgery, maybe for example, a mastectomy, that's the commonest, and this patient has some stiffness in the joint, some numbness in the arm, making movement difficult, making even personal self-care and daily lifestyle activities difficult. Once they are engaged in these physical activities, they're able to restore function. Sometimes the neuropathy improves, the pain reduces, the stiffness reduces, and they're able to use their arm, and it gives them confidence. It makes them feel that they are in control again, and they're able to do things they're able to do. One of the things that depresses patients, or generally, is not being able to function, not being able to use something that you previously used to do. And sometimes not because there's total loss of function, but just because there hasn't been a lot of rehabilitation exercises to help the patients to be able to gain some function in that area. What about nutrition? For nutrition, we can spend the whole day here because we know that there's a lot of nutrition. There's a lot of information online about nutrition, and we need to be very careful as to what we let our patients read. Everything is online. That is why the onus falls on us to educate our patients, to guide them. Now, when it comes to nutrition in cancer, it goes beyond the regular healthy lifestyle. It goes a bit beyond it because it's very important for patients to maintain their body weight, to preserve muscle mass, to be able to manage the side effects, to be able to improve the quality of life. The treatments that we offer, like chemotherapy, like radiotherapy, immunotherapy, they place a lot of metabolic demands on the body. Some of them lead to a lot of muscle mass breakdown. And even the cancer itself, we know that it naturally puts the patient in this catabolic state where there's a lot of muscle breakdown, a lot of interleukins, a lot of inflammatory cytokines are released from the body, sometimes by the tumor itself, sometimes as a response to the tumor itself. And this leads to a lot of muscle mass breakdown. And so naturally, if a patient is left alone, they'll become cachectic. Now, if you want to take a patient through the conventional therapy, we know that radiotherapy, chemotherapy, even surgery and recovering from this surgical process is very tedious and stressful on the body. And so we do not encourage, sometimes what we hear online, don't take any carbohydrates, don't take any protein. We see patients who have completed their treatment and they've had almost complete response, or sometimes even complete response. And we've lost these patients from malnutrition because everybody in their household has turned themselves into an oncologist or a nutritionist and is telling them all sorts of things online. And these patients are sometimes starved to the point that they become malnourished and we lose them, not because of the disease, but because of lack of nutritional support. And so we do not encourage, we encourage a healthy diet, and we encourage that patients maintain their weight. During therapy, we encourage that patients preserve lean muscle mass with high protein intake, actually. That patients remain very well hydrated to be able to flush out some of the chemotherapy out of the system, and to be able to also flush out a lot of these inflammatory cytokines and all these interleukins that are produced by the tumor. And so, yes, there's a lot of things online. And we try to educate the patients, educate their families, to let the patients have healthy diets, proportionally good amount of carbohydrates, good amount of healthy oils, good amount of high protein, actually. And there are times when we actually encourage our patients to take high caloric diets, especially when they are cachectic and they are in the end of life and they are losing body mass. We let them take high caloric diets just to increase energy and improve quality of life. There are times that we give them Cerelac, let them take starved in the aim that they are being supported nutritionally and with the aim that the nutrition can prolong their life or kill the cancer cells. we do not actually encourage that. What about cognitive rehabilitation? Now, there's what we call the cancer-related cognitive impairment, or what we call chemobrain. And it affects the memory, processing speed, executive function of patients who are receiving therapy. And it's a combination of a lot of things. As I mentioned earlier, the tumor itself producing a lot of cytokines that are destroying the neurons, the chemotherapy itself. The patient is depressed and anxious. And so a lot of patients will come and tell you that they become forgetful, they become dull, they're unable to function. And so there are lots of targeted cognitive training programs that are instituted. Unfortunately, we do not have them well established in our setting, but in other well-established comprehensive cancer centers, they do have targeted cognitive training. These are structured programs that have shown strongest efficacy for decision-making, reasoning, attention. And then some of them are combined with exercise like aerobic exercises. These are the multimodal programs. And it's been proven to have long-term effects. When these interventions are instituted early, they're able to maintain patients' cognitive function. Patient is able to function at work, is able to manage their activities, their lives, their families, their children. What about the mindfulness and stress reduction? There are these mindfulness-based stress reduction and cognitive behavioral therapies as well. These are structured programs. Usually they are 8-week program that patients are enrolled into. And it uses known to improve pain, especially chronic pain, improve sleep, reduce anxiety. And it regulates emotional distress and reduces the inflammatory biomarkers that worsen cancer. It's been confirmed to reduce anxiety and make the patient stable. Also, aromatherapy has been found to activate the olfactory limbic system. That offers a gentle, evidence-supported anxiolytic effect without the pharmacological burden. I know that when it comes to these practices, where it's sometimes combined with yoga, we in this part of the world have a lot of spiritual connotations to it. And so it becomes a bit of a controversy. But if you take it on the purely medical aspect, it's something that has been proven to improve patients' quality of life in terms of chronic pain control, as I mentioned, sleep, anxiety, relaxation, and also to tolerate their chemotherapy side effects better. What about massage and acupressure? So massaging has also been found to be very, very effective. It reduces cortisol level, sometimes the perceived pain. And over the years, in multiple clinical trials, it's reduced stress. Again, we encourage these massages to be not to be given by just a professional, but rather in the comprehensive setting. Patients, caregivers, patient family members, patient spouses, partners are trained on how to massage the patient. Feet massage, shoulder massage, all sorts of massage. What it does is that it also bridges the emotional distance. Bear in mind that these patients already going through therapy sometimes have emotional distance from their spouses, and sometimes it's due to loss of low self-esteem, loss of body parts like mastectomy, making them not have confidence to even be close to their spouses. And so these massage techniques are meant to connect the patients with their caregivers, and it fosters connection, reduces isolation. However, it's a practice that shouldn't be engaged in without having the proper training. Ideally, in the environment or in a well-set environment, these people are trained, relatives are trained, caregivers are trained, so that they avoid any contraindication, avoid any contraindicated pressure points that will worsen patient symptoms. What about music and art therapy? And these are creative modalities that we offer patients. They are offer patients a non-verbal language for processing their emotional weight. Sometimes patients are not able to express themselves verbally, but a few patients are able to express themselves in art. A few patients are able to, and for patients who are artistic and even those who are not artistic, giving them that opportunity to draw something, to bring out colors. Sometimes the colors that they combine, the shapes, and gives you an idea of what exactly these patients are feeling and how you can combine psychotherapy or psycho-oncology to help them. Some patients are not able to express it verbally, but they're able to express it in art. Music therapy also reduces anxiety and pain perception and emotional distress. And both of them are non-invasive. They are low risk, and you are able to adapt them at home or even the clinical settings. Centers, we should have these art and music rooms available for patients to go and express themselves. So how do we implement some of these strategies? And bear in mind, there are a lot more of these strategies. These are just a few, so that we don't go beyond time. How do we implement these strategies, clinical practice team, family, and even the community? Because there are some practices that you institute at the clinical setting that the family and caregivers are supposed to continue, and even the support of the community. So how do we integrate it in our consultation? When we see patients, you first need to do an assessment. You need to have time. And ideally, they recommend up to about an hour to review the patient's diets, the patient's sleep, spirituality, lifestyle. Unfortunately, the oncologist is burdened with so many patients that we do not give this kind of attention. It's something we can do better. But sometimes the sheer volume of patients does not allow us, and it's treatment upon treatment and therapy upon therapy, and we're not able to comprehensively and completely manage the patient as a whole. So once you've assessed this patient, you now have to coordinate with your therapy. It doesn't mean that once you started, you assess and you see what the patient needs, you totally ignore your therapy. No, you combine it with your therapy. For example, your patient is receiving chemotherapy, radiotherapy every 3 weeks. Is there a time in between that they can come and have an session, an art therapy, even before their time, as they come and they are waiting their turn on the machine or on chemotherapy? Can they go to a room and listen to music calmly? Can they have a gathering of patients where they sit and talk about their difficulties, their struggles, where survivors encourage patients? So you need to combine it with the treatment so that it doesn't take too much time, because they're already a bit burdened. So if you could combine it so that all of this happen at one clinic visit, then it becomes more efficient. And then for sustainability, you need to connect the community as well for long-term support. So, for example, a patient who has had amputation, a young man who has had a sarcoma or an osteosarcoma, has had amputation, and they have to go back to their community. They have to reintegrate back into the school. Or a young man who is working and has to reintegrate back into the school. Ideally, when we have good therapy in place, they're supposed to go back to school, how they can go back to their academic lives, be able to have, knowing that there will be adjustments and the school support these patients to adjust. So just to tell you a story, recently a patient that we treated for a medulloblastoma several years back, and that is a survivor, a great survivor, who is now about He's now about 11 years. He was treated when he was about 6. And the dad called me quite frustrated. And what was the frustration? And it was that one teacher or a group of teachers have just set their eyes on this child, and he has become a little bit slow. And it's because he has had radiotherapy to the whole brain. He has had a treatment that a lot of these teachers or a lot of these students or even old people may not be able to endure. But this is a young child that is actually a hero that has gone through this. And so his cognitive function is a bit slow. And the teachers were giving this child so much pressure and saying all sorts of harsh words to the child. And I told the father that I'm willing to go to the school. They don't know, they don't understand. This is a child that they knew. This is a child that is an example, a child that was as a hero for other children, a child that has gone through such a tough time and has come out and is back in school. He's struggling. This is a child that teachers are supposed to spend extra time with, help the child to be able to reach the highest goal that they can. But because the environment and the community is not aware, they've set this child as a target and abusing this child. And when they can actually be part of a victory story or part of a legacy for this child, actually. So we need the community to understand some of these things that patients go through, some of the lifestyle changes and how they can support the patients. But remember, safety first. You need guidance and coordination. So remember, as I said, integrative care is a care that you use alongside conventional care. But alternative care is a care that you give instead of the evidence-based treatment. And this is a dangerous path that unfortunately we find a lot of our patients falling into, where they resort to alternative medications that are not evidence-based and so do not get there. Fortunately, by the time these patients come back, sometimes it's a bit late. So how do we address the gap? There's a bit of gap because all these non-pharmacological interventions, their outcomes are promising, but they are uneven. The trials are a bit uneven. There's a lot of variations in the way the trials are carried out, a lot of variations in how the outcomes are recorded. And so there's a lot of heterogeneity. And because of people don't trust these complementary medicines. So we need more highly quality, more rigorous trials. Ideally, randomized controlled trials, phase 3 controlled trials. We need to move from the broad general recommendation to specific recommendation aimed at answering specific needs to be able to come up with specific recommendations. Then people will trust it more. So what are the future directions? We need to harmonize. We need to harmonize the whole treatment paradigm. We need standard reporting. So standard guidelines on how to report these patient symptoms. Standard guidelines on based on evidence on what to do. And then proper recording of outcomes, That is the only way we can unlock this precision medicine aspect of complementary care. Now, how do we empower the future? What do we do now that we know that this is important? We need to educate the next generation. We need to train oncologists, residents to assess and to value holistic domain of a patient. Not just the diagnosis or the tumor, but it should be part of their medical training, part of our residency program to assess a patient holistically, integrative programs for special patients and specific cancers. And then we need to advocate for policies and funding and infrastructure that will be able to help us to do this efficiently. As I said, if we have all these facilities, music room, arts room, psycho-oncology room in the facility where patients can benefit from it, then it wouldn't be too difficult for the patient to access it. And this can only be done when we advocate for these patients. So is that at the end of it all this non-pharmacological modalities of treatment is to transform the survivor experience. Currently, if you talk to patient survivors and if you really allow them to express themselves, they will let you know the burden that they carry, the mental torture, fear, the fear of neglect. Sometimes people actually going through neglect from family, from spouses, the children having to go through depression. A lot of times we don't even pay attention to the children of these patients. We think they are children, but these children actually sometimes understand and they know what is going on, but parents are not telling them. And it's not because they don't want to tell them, they don't know how. But if you have, as I said, a good psycho-oncology department, these children can be counseled and even helped to support their parents. But a lot of time they are left on their own, and these survivors will tell you the damage that this therapy has caused them in their marriage, their So we want to make the journey more tolerable, the experience more pleasant, so that we move just fighting the disease to restoring life as a whole. And it shouldn't be an option where do you do it, do you not do it? It should be an essential component of cancer care. So this is a call to action. Whenever you see a patient, you have to recognize that there's an individual behind the diagnosis. This individual has fears, they have dreams, they have goals, things they wanted to achieve before the diagnosis came. And there's also the capacity for healing. When I say healing, I'm not talking about healing in just the spiritual sense, but healing as a whole, mental healing, psychological healing, emotional healing, sometimes even at the end of life. We call this healing because they've come to terms with the diagnosis. They've come to terms with their outcome and they are at peace, and that is healing for them. You need to start a conversation. You need to bring up these non-pharmacological ways, let them know non-pharmacological ways like that. And then you need to advocate it. Let it be part of your treatment and let it start immediately. The treatment starts. So these are my references, and I would like to thank you all for your attention and for your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dazi. Please stand by for a few questions. Any questions for Dr. Dazi? Any questions online for Dr. Dazi? For Dr. Dazi? For Dr. Dazi? For Dr. Okay, Dr. Dazi, thank you very much. Now we will call on LitUp to make a presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peggy Sanwo, and I'm here representing for Letta Pharmaceutical Limited. As you rightly know, we have been in business for a very long time, and we are known to be generous with our souvenirs. And so I'm very happy to see that most of you got your souvenirs and you're super excited about it. I really hope that you take the time to read about our product, try it out with your patients, and I know the outcome is going to be great. And so I know it has been a long day. I promise to be out of your hair in less than 10, hopefully. Okay. Okay, looks like we have to keep going at this point. I wanted to. Okay. All right. So basically, Letta Pharmaceutical Limited has been in existence since 1979, almost half a century. And so it is as close as the 45th AGM. And so I would want to believe that majority of us here have either prescribed a Letta product or taken any. Can you give me a hand if you know or prescribe? Oh, thank you. See, that makes me confident, and I know that this presentation is going to go great. And so we have a couple of new additions that we have introduced into the market. And so I'm here to share some insights on it so that you will be able to prescribe and recommend to your patients effectively. Now, before we look into the condition or the product, let's talk about the condition briefly. So here we are talking about hypertension, which is widely known to be the silent killer. And the reason is it's one of the leading causes of death worldwide, not just Ghana. And so WHO and the Ghana Health Service argue that hypertension affects about 1 in 4 to 1 in 3 Ghanaian adults, making it one of the country's most common non-communicable diseases. And in your private facilities or wherever you find yourself, I can say the majority of the cases you see at the end of the day, you might be treating a couple of people with hypertension. And this is how prevalent this condition is. The risk factors, which we already know, is not limited to genetics and increasing in age. We are looking at overweight or obesity. We are also talking about smoking and excessive alcohol consumption and chronic conditions or underlying conditions such as diabetes and kidney diseases. Now, the treatment here is pretty easy, I would say, because we are always looking at two approaches, either the lifestyle modification or medication. So lifestyle modification, we look at the diet, exercising, many things that we could do personally in order to curb or to turn things around. But when it comes to medications, we are looking at management, and this I am very excited for. And so management of hypertension with our new brand or new product in the market, we have the Letab Amlodipine and Letab Lisinopril. So the Amlodipine, which you see in the bright color, usually people say that our packaging don't look, but this time I was hoping I was going to get some accolades for our packaging. It looks really enticing, doesn't it? Thank you, it does. So our Amlodipine is an oral dihydropyridine calcium channel blocker. It demonstrates prolonged efficacy by causing a relaxation or vasodilation of the peripheral. And it also dilates the muscle for blood and oxygen supply to the heart. And so when you're looking for the treatment of hypertension or coronary artery diseases, we definitely recommend the Letab Amlodipine. Now for the Lisinopril, which is the blue, it's an angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor, works by inhibiting the conversion of angiotensin 1 to 2. And so this prevents the constriction of blood vessels and helps with relaxations of the muscles and helps with a reduction of blood pressure. And so both of these are 10 milligrams each. They are taken once daily due to its long-term or long-acting formulating, which gives a constant steady of 24-hour control. And so definitely it is very effective, and I will recommend that. We've given you a couple of these in your souvenir bags. Please try them out, and we will love some good feedbacks. Now, for our digestive health, we have our proton pump inhibitors. We are looking at the omeprazole in the bright yellow and the esomeprazole in the purple. And so these are good for the control or the management of hypersecretion of acid. It is also good for the control and management of GERD, stomach and duodenal ulcers, erosive esophagitis, and hypersecretory conditions like the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome. And so mechanism of action is pretty simple, but I wouldn't want to bore you with pharmacology because I know we already know most of these. So these are proton pump, and it inhibits the enzyme in the stomach lining responsible for acid secretion. So basically, it lowers acid levels to let the esophagus and the stomach lining heal. These are taken once a day before meal. And so for the star of the day, we are looking at Alucil Plus. It's an antacid, which is good for the management or quick release of indigestion, heartburns, and this helps to quickly neutralize extra stomach acid. And so the key ingredients here, we are looking at aluminum hydroxide, magnesium hydroxide, magnesium trisilicate, and simethicone. Featured here, we have our anti-malarials. Of course, malaria has been one of the health challenges we are facing as a country, and so our aim to help fight the cause is Arfan 2120, Arfan 4240, Arfan 2120 for the pediatric, and Arfan 8480. These are available in the market, and I believe that most of you have already seen this or prescribed this to your patients. And so you can't treat malaria and forgo your iron supplementations. And so we have the Folaron Zinc capsules. It contains 5 essential ingredients. We are looking at folic acid, iron, zinc, and vitamin C to aid with the absorption. And we have the 30-day pack and the 10-day pack. And so if you are looking to, one review we've always been getting is from most of the facilities that we've had them try these, came back to attest to the fact that the pregnant women or the antenatal came back with positive review because it helped with the women. And so if you tend to see a lot of pregnant women, I would admonish that you recommend these to them. You can give them the 30-day pack, and they would always come back with high levels of RBCs. And so lastly, we have our Letamox, Membedazole 500 milligrams single dose. We have it in different flavors because I know most people are picky on the things they want to taste. And so we have bananas for the banana lovers, we have mango, we have pineapple, and orange. And so these are good for anyone with worm infestations, and would highly recommend that you try them because we already have given you some in the package. Thank you so much, and I hope that was brief enough.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is from Unichem. Unichem, you have 10 minutes. Okay, and that's chemist, are you available? 10 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon, dear distinguished prescribers. Yes, my name is Kwame Abdenasi Myomind. I'm a pharmacist working with NS Chemist Limited. Yes, today, this afternoon, I'm here to introduce to you one of our third generation cephalosporin called Inafox. Now, what is Inafox? The active ingredient is cephalosporin. That is, as I've said earlier on, a third generation cephalosporin with so many benefits. It's active against both gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. And it is indicated for the treatment of uncomplicated UTIs, community-acquired pneumonia, hospital-acquired pneumonia, pharyngitis, otitis media, sinusitis, tonsillitis, typhoid, skin and skin soft tissue infections. Now, it works by inhibiting murine or peptidoglycan. That is, the mechanism of action of all cephalosporins is similar to that of penicillins. That is, they inhibit or they stop the synthesis of your murine. Murine happens to be an agent in the bacterial cell wall that confirms the rigidity of the bacterial cell. So when the murine or the peptidoglycan is inhibited, under slight osmotic pressure, the bacteria dies off. So our Inafox is bactericidal. That is, it kills the bacteria, not bacteriostatic, as compared to other antibiotics. Example, the tetracycline group. They are all bacteriostatic. So here we are talking about cure, not treatment here. Yes, as I said earlier on, active against both gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria, and so as indicated. Now, it's available in 2 different dosage forms. That's the suspension, as well as the tablet. Now, the tablet, one tablet, the strength of one tablet is 200 milligrams, which is supposed to be taken BD. Why BD or why BD? Because of the half-life. Lasts for 12 hours in the body, in the system. That is why it's supposed to be taken twice a day. The suspension, 5 ml of Innaforce suspension, contains 40 milligrams of the Cefodoxime. So, which is ideal for kids and for adults who cannot swallow or who find it very difficult to swallow. We've done so many tests on the Innaforce. We've done so many tests for otitis media, and we've recorded a lot of successes on that. And then we did some tests on recurrent pharyngitis also on the same Innaforce, not any other Cefodoxime brand, but I'm talking about Innaforce. And so many successes were also recorded. That is the studies on recurrent pharyngitis as compared to treatment of the same recurrent pharyngitis with 2 penicillins, that is co-amoxiclav and phenoxymethyl penicillin. If you are to use those 2 drugs, unless you treat the patient for a period of 10 days, but however, you can use Innaforce to treat the patient for only 5 days, and you still get the same results. So these are the references also. Again, as I said, we have a whole lot of drugs to our credit, but then I don't want to take much of your time because you spent a lot of time here. So, as I said, this drug belongs to a 3rd generation. Okay, the active ingredient is what? Cefodoxime. We have another drug that also belongs to a 3rd generation called Cefixime. That one is Inafix. It's also available in 2 different dosage forms. That is the tablet as well as the suspension. Okay, so if you come to the world of NS chemist, you have a whole lot of drugs to your choice. You have the Cefodoxime, that's the 2nd generation cephalosporin. That is Inacef. So if you come, the reason why we brought the 3rd generation is the fact that we did a survey, and then that survey proved that some tertiary institutions, when they discharge patients on maybe IV ceftriaxone, they don't really get the 3rd generation oral to continue with the good news that the IV ceftriaxone did. So therefore, most prescribers tend to go back to, say, 2nd generation or sometimes 3rd generation. This actually impedes treatment. Why? Because for the cephalosporin group, the 3rd generation is more gram-positive active than the gram-negative. The 2nd generation is having like equipotent between the gram-positive and that of the gram-negative. The 3rd generation and the 4th generation and the 5th generation, now we have up to 5th generation. They are more gram-negative than the gram-positive acting. That is, they are more stronger for the gram-negatives than the gram-positives. That's why it is ideal for the treatment of HAP and CAP. What is HAP? Hospital-acquired pneumonia and community-acquired pneumonia. So we usually advise that after you discharge a patient on IV ceftriaxone, that is the 3rd generation cephalosporin, take Innaforce, the oral, say, hey, continue with this good news for maybe 5 more days. And you can see the patient will start smiling at you. Yes, here is a quick reminder of some of our wonderful products doing wonders at the market. That's Kidivite. I mean, a multi-million vitamin combination for babies and adults also as well. That's a picture of our Cefixime. Yes, as I said, they all belong to the 3rd generation cephalosporin, but then the only difference between Cefixime and Cefodoxime is their bacterial eradication potency. That is, Cefodoxime, when compared, okay, when that studies was done, Cefodoxime recorded 93.8% bacterial eradication as compared to the Cefixime that recorded 82.5%. So that happens to be the only difference between what the Cefodoxime and that of the Cefixime. But then they are all potent in bacterial eradication. They are all good, and they also have the same dosing system. The same dosing system in the sense, like in relation to the body weight, they are all 5 milligram per kilogram per body weight. Cefodoxime is 5 milligram per kilogram per body weight. Cefixime is also 5 milligram per kilogram per body weight. Okay, so that's happening to be the only slight difference between the self-exam and that of the support exam. And here, studies have been done. So many studies have been done on our inner force. That's why I'm saying that, look, go for the inner force, then you put smiles at the face of your cherished customers and patients. Thank you very much. So I'm ready for any questions thereof. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Salom Pende. I'm from Pharmaco Pty Limited with NS Chemist. Today, I would like to discuss my enteric coated naproxen formulation. I'll review how naproxen EC remains one of the most trusted brands amongst the NCAs. We'll look at what makes enteric coating different, and then where it fits in the management of chronic inflammation. Would look at the pharmacology of naproxen EC, why enteric coating matters. We also look at naproxen EC compared to other NCAs. We'll look at the pharmacokinetics, and then we'll look at the indications, safety, approved indications, and then the patients that best fit the medication. So let's have a look at naproxen at glance. Sorry. Please, let's have a look at naproxen at glance. Naproxen is a non-selective cyclooxygenase 1, cyclooxygenase 2 inhibitor, providing an analgesic effect, anti-inflammatory effect, as well as antipyretic effect, thereby reducing prostaglandin synthesis. Why enteric coating? Actually, naproxen is actually enteric coated so that it remains intact within the stomach walls until it reaches the small intestine where it's actually absorbed. Although there are different naproxen formulations, today we're going to look at my enteric naproxen formulation, delayed release tablet, available in 500 milligram strength. Although naproxen formulations differ in absorptions, they have the same active ingredient naproxen in bloodstream, so they should never be used together. Now, why choose naproxen EC among NCAs compared to others? You agree with me that among the traditional NCAs, naproxen EC remains one of the most favorable according to cardiovascular safety profile. That's according to many large pool analysis. Also, when comparing naproxen EC to other NCAs like ibuprofen, its twice daily dosing actually enhance better adherence compared to ibuprofen, which is taken thrice daily. Although naproxen does not totally eradicate the GI risk associated with its class of medications, it actually makes it a more GI considerate formulation for long-term therapy use. Now, so among the traditional NCAs, naproxen has one of the most favorable in terms of cardiovascular profile. Its twice daily dosing actually enhances adherence. It's enteric coated, so it prevents direct gastric irritation, though it doesn't eliminate the GI risk associated with its class of drug. Now we can look at some head-to-head comparison and realize that when it comes to the cardiovascular safety profile, naproxen actually stands out, When it comes to the twice daily dosing, the dosing is actually better and it supports, it's better in terms of compared to ibuprofen, which is 3 to 4 times daily dosing, and as well as diclofenac, which is 2 to 3 times dosing, and then obviously to other NCAs. Now, 4 reasons why you should choose naproxen EC first among other NCAs compared to other NCAs. One is the fact that it's the most favorable in terms of cardiovascular safety profile according to large pool analysis. And secondly is the fact that it's enteric coated. Though it doesn't totally eliminate the GI risk, it prevents direct gastric irritation. Aside that, it has been widely studied in terms of clinical usage, and then it has decades of so much experience, and that makes it stand out. And also its flexible dosing, like the twice daily dosing, actually helps it. Now the indications, so which patients actually fit the usage of naproxen EC? Osteoarthritis patients, rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, juvenile idiopathic arthritis, and then chronic pain management. I believe that treatment should be individualized based on the overall risk of the patient. So when you ask me where naproxen best fits, I'll tell you just two things. When you look at the pharmacokinetics, because it's enteric coated, absorption is actually delayed. So the peak plasma levels normally is around 4 to 6 hours after administration. And then it has a half-life of 12 hours to 17 hours, which actually supports the twice daily dosing. So for patients who best fit, you realize that because it's the favorable among, one of the favorable among the other NCA, traditional NCAs in terms of cardiovascular safety profile. So patients who have CV risks are best suited for this medication, as well as your chronic inflammatory patients. They best fit the usage of this drug. So when profiling, I agree there may be some nuances regarding, just as any other drug may have side effects. So for patients who have, say, GI irritation, especially those who have ulcer and peptic ulcer, where naproxen does not actually stop the bleeding, and there is still a need for NSAIDs. I'll advise that probably, and you feel naproxen EC is something you really use among them, you could add a proton pump inhibitor like omeprazole for short duration of action, just for some short duration. However, though it's one of the most favorable among NCAs in terms of cardiovascular safety profile, I'll advise that it shouldn't be used for long duration when it comes to the CV risk patients, for shorter duration. And as well as patients who have renal issues, right? For renal patients, please, naproxen shouldn't be used. The reason why is among one of the most favorable NCAs when it comes to the cardiovascular safety profile. Just a little pharmacology, and then I'll end it there. One is the fact that you agree with me that COX-2 inhibitors are found within the blood vessels, and they produce prostacyclin, or the PIG2. And you agree with me that prostacyclin inhibits platelet aggregation, they cause vasodilation, and also protect the blood vessels. You equally agree with me that platelets produce thromboxane A2 via COX-1, and thromboxane A2 actually promotes platelet aggregation and cause vasoconstriction. So for someone who is on a selective COX inhibitor like, say, celecoxib, right? Because it's not inhibiting COX-1, there is an imbalance that can cause prothrombosis, eventually resulting in MI, stroke, and other cardiovascular events. But for someone who is on a non-selective cyclooxygenase 1, cyclooxygenase 2 inhibitor like naproxen, because there is a balance, we are inhibiting both cyclooxygenases, right? So we have cyclooxygenase 1, cyclooxygenase 2 being inhibited. There is that balance that actually make it the most favorable among NCAs in terms of cardiovascular safety profile, because there is reduction in prostacyclin production, as well as there is also reduction in thromboxane A2 production, and that actually causes that balance. So that makes it suitable among patients with CV risks. just to sum up, so when you're looking for a well-established efficacy or patients with CV risk when it comes to the selection of NSAIDs, as well as better adherence in terms of twice daily dosing, and then decades, years of experience, naproxen stands as one of the brands of choice when it comes to the management of chronic inflammation in your CV time. I really appreciate it.
That was Ernest Chemist. Thank you very much. Now, gearing up for our last presentation for the day. And this one is going to come from Dr. Ernestina Nana Boatima Shandov. The topic is childhood cancer journey in Ghana. She is a senior specialist in the pediatric oncology unit of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. She's a fellow of the St. Jude Global Virtual Neuro-Oncology in the US. She's also a fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and the West African College of Physicians. She's an adjunct lecturer at the University of Ghana Medical School and the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives. Ernestina, you are welcome.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good afternoon once again. So I'm between your ending today and your final exit from here, so I'll be very, very snappy. But today we are going to learn something interesting about the journey of childhood cancer in Ghana. And we have lots of thoughts about childhood cancer from various cadre of health professionals. But before I start my presentation, I'd like to know, from the pictures that you see below, who can you guess has cancer or has had a cancer before? So we have a little girl A, we also have one C, and then baby B. Is it A? Maybe you can show me by a show of hands. Is it the girl A? Do you think it's B or C? You think it's C? Okay. So most people think it's C. Do you think it's all of them? Okay. One person thinks it's all of them. Do we think it's none of them? Okay, so nobody thinks it's none of them. So the truth is all of them have had cancer. And these pictures were taken just at their last chemotherapy day. So the girl A, she actually had a brain tumor, came to us paralyzed, went under surgery, had chemotherapy, radiotherapy. Now she's in secondary school. Then baby B came to us when she was about 6 weeks with a huge abdominal tumor. She is now 7 years, very smart and very troublesome. And then we have C. She had an eye cancer, retinoblastoma, and I guess you may not be able to tell which eye is the prosthetic eye. So children do get cancers. But childhood cancers are not the same as adult cancers. They are very, very different. The biology is different. The response to treatment is different. So when you look at the development of a cell, usually you have a stem cell that can divide into various different types of cells. And then you have the somatic cell that is completed and differentiated or specialized into the cell of choice. So in adults, majority of the tumors come from the somatic cells when there is mutation in the somatic cell. So you can see in the diagram, the top layer, there are different lightning bolts, meaning that it takes several mutations to get an adult to get a cancer. So that's why sometimes our lifestyle choices, maybe smoking too much or drinking a lot of alcohol, can predispose us to certain kinds of cancers. In childhood cancers, usually that's not the story. Majority of the cancers originate from the stem cells. That is the cell that hasn't yet decided what it wants to be. And these cells are rapidly growing, and the least mutation can cause a cancer in them. And because of that, the way they respond is different. The cancers in children are rapidly growing, and therefore they respond way better to chemotherapy medications than adult cancers. The incidence of childhood cancer is actually greatest in places where there are lots of children, obviously. And Africa is one of those places. We have a very young population. Asia is also one of them. So the percentages are high in these areas. In Ghana, unfortunately, we are not able to determine all of them. Less than 50% of these children with cancer are diagnosed. Majority of them go undiagnosed. And 70% of our children present very, very late in advanced stages. And to give the best chance to cure a child, because when you talk about childhood cancer, we are not talking about treatment, we are talking about curing the child so that the child can grow and become an adult just like us. So to get them that chance of cure, we need to make sure that we detect them very early. This is just a heat map showing the incidence of childhood cancer all over the world. Okay, the lighter you are, the more likely that you are picking all your childhood cancers. So the very light beige is like 80 to 100% of cases are detected. Look at Ghana, or even sub-Saharan Africa in general, we are nowhere close to even getting half of our cases detected. And that is a problem. Because in childhood cancers, as I said, the cells that develop are cells that haven't really decided what to be, whether they want to be an arm or a leg or a head. The cells haven't decided. So the childhood cancers can affect any part of the body. It can be the blood, the brain, the lymph nodes, any organ whatsoever, and even the bone. The history of childhood cancer survival has seen different stages, from the 70s, where survivals of certain tumors was barely 20%, to now in the 2000s, where leukemia treatment in developed countries is almost 96 to 99% cure rates. Where are we in Africa? The good news is, yes, childhood cancer is curable, and you can have as an average of 8 out of 10 children becoming cured from their cancer. There is a gap when it comes to us. Majority of the patients are with us. Unfortunately, majority of our patients don't make it. Our survival rates are low, like 20%, compared to developed countries where it's about 80%. And this is a gap, not because of the cancer, but because of where the child is born. And that is the unfortunate truth. There are 3 things that determine whether you can cure a cancer or not. And majority of the time, we lag behind most of these determinants. One of them is access to diagnosis. Are we able to diagnose these children? Are we picking them early? Are we referring them early? Apart from detecting these cancers, is there access to treatment? Are they getting the medications? If they are they able to afford it? Are they able to complete the medications that they are supposed to be on? And also the event-free survival. Dr. Datsi mentioned that we don't think of just the tumor care, but the whole person care. So at the end of the treatment, what effects are I think? In high-income countries, access to treatment, access to diagnosis is almost 100%. And most of the children have little to no side effects. So cure rates obviously are very high, like 80%. In China, before 2011, they also had very good access to diagnosis, 95%. However, it wasn't on their insurance, so very few people could afford the treatment. So only 10% had actual access to treatment. And even though their survivals were good, the event-free survivals were good, because 90% didn't have access to treatment, their cure rate was 7%. When it comes to low and middle income countries like Ghana, you can see, your guess is as good as mine. Is just 2%. And the WHO, World Health Organization, had an initiative for childhood cancer that by the end of 2030, the whole world, if we are all not able to get to 80% cure for these children, at the least, we should have 60% of survival for childhood cancers. 2030 is less than 4 years away. And we cannot say that for sure that we are less than 60% or just about 60%. A study that we did in Kolebu, where we we try to see what influences the time to diagnosis and initiation of the treatment. We realize that the delay, so you see the total delay, the red is for the patients, the green is for the healthcare delays, and then, the blue is for the healthcare delay, and green is for the treatment delay. And as you can see, the blue is very wide, meaning the majority of delays is with us, the healthcare system. So there are advantages of detecting the cancers early. Number one, childhood cancer is actually curable. So the earlier we get it, the better. The treatment also depends on the stage of the disease. If we detect the cancer early, the intensity of treatment is less, prognosis is better, the side effects or toxicity they have is way less, and it's less expensive for the healthcare system and the family in general. So it's really important that detecting the cancer early is not just for that particular family, it's for our own healthcare structure. Some of the things that increase the risk of childhood cancers are there. However, the exact cause of childhood cancer is not known. So you cannot say there is a precancerous lesion for childhood cancers. No, unfortunately, no, like in cervical cancer. Childhood cancer is because one particular cell of origin decided to misbehave, and instead of dividing into the appropriate number of cells, divided into an abnormal number of cells. Some things can predispose us to have these mutations earlier, such as exposure to ionizing radiation, especially in areas where there is nuclear bombing and wars. That increases the risk of childhood cancers. Certain infections like Epstein-Barr infection, HIV, hepatitis also are associated with some cancers like Burkitt's lymphoma. Persistence of malarial infections has been associated with Burkitt's lymphoma. Also chemicals, heavy industrial chemicals like the mining chemicals we use, the heavy pesticides we use have been well researched, and there's evidence that they actually increase the risk of leukemia. And we've seen it in the kind of patients we see from regions that are heavily into mining or industrial use of certain chemicals. Also, certain syndromes like Down syndrome have an increased risk of cancers, and therefore it's important to examine these children well. So the history of childhood cancer began way in 1965 when one of our professors, Prof. Janet Nikwe, who was married to a Ghanaian, studied in UK, came back to Ghana with her husband. She was a pediatrician, and therefore she had the NIH-funded project for Burkitt's lymphoma brought into Ghana. We also have the first son of our former president, Kwame Nkrumah, Prof. Francis Nkrumah, who was also a pediatrician, who was part of the initial stages of childhood cancer in Ghana. So initially it started with just Burkitt's lymphoma, children with jaw swellings who were seen and not treated, finally got cure. And this cure was free because NHIH funded everything: free diagnosis, treatment, transportation, accommodation, make sure that there was a built-in histopathology that had 24-hour turnover. So times were good back then. And during the project, so many children, I think there were about 1,007 children, and most of them, 50% of them, are still alive and well. Some of them are actually working with us as patient navigators to help other patients and let them know that this was me before and this is me now. So childhood cancer is curable, but we need to invest to make sure that these children get the best. So this is one of the children who came with a Burkitt's lymphoma, and then 4 weeks starting treatment. You can see how his face is back to normal. This is mainly because of, one, better malaria prevention. Burkitt's lymphoma is associated with malaria. And once we started having better malaria prevention and control, that also helped to reduce the cases of Burkitt's lymphoma. Also, our diagnostics became better. Now we could do bone marrow aspirates, look at blood film comments, and see if there is a leukemia. And that also changed the trajectory of the patterns of cases that we saw. Now we can say with certainty that our patterns are not different from what is in the developed world. Initially, we thought it was lymphomas that was the commonest, but from the data we have, leukemias are actually the commonest, followed by brain tumors, which was a study that we did last year in both Kolebu and Komfo-Anokye. So the tumors are there, we just aren't picking them. And once the diagnosis of a cancer is made, it is very devastating to anyone. And let's remember that childhood cancer is not given to a selected few. Childhood cancer can happen to anyone. You don't need to have anything special to get childhood cancer. Once you're a child and you're breathing, you can't have childhood cancer. We've had parents from different walks of life coming with their children with cancer. Most of the time, treatment abandonment is a problem because childhood cancer treatment is expensive. Minimum time to treatment is maybe 6 months for Burkitt's lymphoma, and for leukemias, about 3 years. So during that period, once the child is stable, the child has to be going and coming for treatment on OPD basis. And you can imagine if this mother comes from Tamale, going and coming back, the likelihood that, oh, my child looks better, so let me just wait and see, would come. And then this patient may default. And it hurts when you see a curable cancer become incurable because of lack of funds, or because the parents couldn't bring the child. So we had a lot of thoughts. Well, child cancer came in, and one of the interventions was to provide transport for these parents so that they can at least bring these children to the treatment centers to reduce abandonment. And that's really, really helped. From abandonment of almost 50%, now we are sort of in the teens. It's still there, but it's way better than where we started from. Childhood cancer services have really grown, and Professor Lorna Rena, who is the matriarch of pediatric oncology, has really changed the trajectory of pediatric oncology in Ghana. From one pediatric oncologist, now we have about 10 pediatric oncologists, of which I'm proud to be one. And we have currently 3 pediatric oncology units that serve Ghana. That's Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, Kolebu, and then the Ridge Accra Greater Regional Hospital. We also have care share centers. So we have 6 care share centers where we share care in terms of supportive care for these children so that they are closer to home. We've also have training programs for the doctors, the oncologists, the nurses, the pharmacists, and also child life specialists, which started last year. The diagnosis can be devastating, not just to the family, but especially to the child. And emotional support and play therapy is very, very important. So we have currently 3 specialized child life specialists in Ghana, which is the first in Africa. So these are some of the care share centers: Tamale, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, Holy Family, Ho, and then Kumasi South and Agogo Presbyterian Hospital. In ward, they are discharged specialized pharmacists to mix the medications to make sure that they are safe for these children. Just a healthcare problem. It's everybody's problem. So everyone has to be part of the solution. So national treatment guidelines have been very important, which Ghana has been able to successfully implement. So supportive care guidelines, so that even if the child is not in a center that treats cancer, the care share centers can treat the supportive needs of that child. Training materials, and also using the IMCI approach to be able to detect these cancers early. So to detect them early, we just go through a simple early warning sign approach. We call the SAINT, SILUAN. Okay, so SILUAN basically is an acronym, and it stands for Seeking Help Early. So with children, for any persistent symptom, please do not wait. Some of the children or parents would come with a persistent cough, so this child in particular came with respiratory tract infection from different hospitals. And by the time he came in respiratory distress, an X-ray was done, and here was a huge mediastinal mass, which ended up being a T-cell lymphoma. So persistent symptoms are not something we should ignore. They need further evaluation, and they could be a first sign of childhood cancer. Eye sign stands for signs that pertain to the eye. So if you see a whitish pupil, like a cat eye that you see on the screen, or if you see strabismus, one eye is looking in one direction, the other is looking somewhere else, alukumi, London, all that are early signs of retinoblastoma. Once you start having eye protrusion like this, the likelihood that it's spreading to the brain is high, and we don't like seeing them at this stage. The best stage is when you see them at this stage. Then L stands for lumps and swellings. So any swelling in a child, especially if it's cancer, most likely will be painless. They may not have any pain. They may be eating and jumping and playing about like nothing has happened. So sometimes parents may not think it's serious. But once you see any lump, any swelling in a child, especially when it's painless, please, 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 that lump needs to be investigated to find out exactly what it is. Once the child starts having pain, the likelihood that it's invading into the nerves, the lymph nodes is high, meaning that the amount of treatment we need will also be higher. Then U stands for unexplained symptoms. Any symptoms that you cannot explain, unexplained fever, you've done all the investigation, it's not a UTI, the blood culture is normal, malaria is negative, everything seems fine. You don't know where this fever is coming from. It's one of the early signs of leukemias and neuroblastomas, so it's very important to report them early. Unexplained pallor, child is eating well, parents are feeding the child, child's blood level is just low, and we do not know why. It's one of the early warning signs of any cancer that has spread into the bone marrow or a leukemia. Unexplained fatigue. Children usually are very happy people. They want to be up and about and playing. Like, they do not want to stay at one spot. So once a child seems dull, something definitely is wrong. Children do not pretend. Once they are not well, you'd actually see it. So all these things are signs and symptoms. Unexplained bleeding under the skin or unexplained rashes, unexplained bleeding gums or gum hypertrophy. All these things are things we should consider investigating further. Aches and pains. Children normally should not be having pain. If the child has sickle cell, yes, maybe, but any other child should not be having pain, especially if it's an adolescent. Once they have pain, whether there is a swelling or not, it could be one of the early signs of osteosarcoma. And usually the pain is worse at night. They would complain of pain that is worse at night. You need to investigate it and don't say, oh, by morning he was fine, so the child is fine. The child is not. Neurological symptoms are very important because brain tumors are actually the second commonest tumors in children, and they are highly curable when we find them early. Unlike in adults where brain tumors mean metastasis from another tumor, in children, brain tumors can actually originate primarily from the brain, and therefore they're actually curable. So headaches, persistent headaches in a child, we should be worried. Early morning vomiting, visual changes. They may just start with just a head tilt. Every time the child is in class, he's just tilting the head to look at the blackboard. You should be worried. Changes in behavior, changes in handwriting, one of the subtle signs of something happening in the brain. So if a child's handwriting is changing, don't assume it's just the child being stubborn. It could be that something is happening. Then changes in development, changes in the gait, how the child walks, weakness, and when it's very obvious, enlarging head, seizures, and the rest. So treatment, it's multifactorial. You need to treat the emergencies they come in, treat the supportive problems like anemia and other things they come in, and also have the definitive treatment of the cancer. And it may involve chemotherapy, surgery, radiation therapy, or targeted therapy or immune therapy. So when we see these children, we should remember that, yes, they may have a cancer, but they are not excluded from having anything else. So a child may have leukemia and those. Holistic management is important. It's not just the cancer you are treating, but the child. the family, the siblings. And therefore, before we start treatment, there is extensive counseling of both parents and family members who are part of this child's life. We also have a child life specialist, as you can see, sitting with the children, making sure that she still lets them be children and let them enjoy their life, even though they have cancer. We have parent information booklets and children books that were written by some of our pediatric oncologists, My Scar, My Pride, all these to let the children know they are not alone and to also help them understand what is happening to their bodies. We also have a hospital school teacher, psychologist to deal with the emotional burden of childhood cancer. We have a nursing outreach wing where we have some of our nurses, you can see them in purple. They go into the communities, especially for children on palliative care who come with advanced disease, who would need to be supported even though they cannot be cured. They go, they spend time with the family, and they make sure that whatever complications they have, that is reported to us, and then we try and solve it. And then we also have educational grants for our survivors. So some of our survivors after school, when they do very well, we support them with scholarships to make sure they get to universities and get good jobs as well. Treatment of cancer, as I've stated, is not a one-day affair. It's not like malaria. You take medicine for 3 days and that's it. It takes time. Minimum 6 months. Maximum 3.5 years for leukemias. And it's draining because, unfortunately, all the cancers are not covered under health insurance. Currently, the Ghana Medical Trust Funds is trying to see how they can cover some of the cancers. But it's quite disheartening when you have to tell one parent, your cancer is covered, your cancer is not. So it's still very, very difficult. And we hope that with time, we can be able to cover every child who has cancer. We, however, have the parents group of the children with cancer, supporting them with a building that you can see in the picture over there. And that is the Sunshine Hostel, where children and parents stay during their treatment course. It's free. We provide them free accommodation and feeding. They also have income generating skills. So we teach them how to bake. We also teach them how to do beads crafts to engage them psychologically, get them a little bit more relaxed, and also give them a skill, because some of them have lost their jobs. Some of them had to leave their farms. And remember, we don't serve just Ghana. We serve this West African sub-region that's around us. So we have patients from different countries, Sierra Leone, Togo, Cameroon, and that's why the training programs is open for these countries, so that once we treat these children, we have someone who is knowledgeable to continue with the care. So this hostel was also co-funded by the previous First Lady, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, where, as I've mentioned, free accommodation and free meals are given. So nationally, we have a vision that quality care to cure all the children with cancer in Ghana is possible, and therefore, there is a national childhood cancer strategy that's being put in place. The 6 main cancers of target for now is the leukemias, Burkitt's lymphoma, Hodgkin's lymphoma, retinoblastoma, which is the cancer of the eye, Wilms tumor, which is the cancer of the kidney, and low-grade glioma, which is a brain tumor. And these are highly curable cancers that in developed countries, majority of these children, almost 90% of them are cured and live a normal life. So we want that, and we need to continue advocating, continue raising awareness, because some people don't know. And the signs and symptoms are very subtle. They resemble other diseases. They are not so specific. So it's important for us to know and have a high index of suspicion. And we need to improve access to early diagnosis. We need to make sure that when they need referral, they can actually come. We need to make sure that we have affordable treatment and accessible treatment. With the help of WHO, St. Jude's, Bafrena, and the Ministry of Health, we are hoping that will be a reality maybe next year. Ghana has been chosen as part of the countries to be able to access free chemotherapy medications for children. So the processes are under MRI scans, CT scans. We need to have ICU spaces, ventilators for those who need surgeries. We need to make sure that the facilities are there for these children. We also need to improve training and education. Currently, we are just 10, and these are the 10 across Ghana. So you can imagine it's a lot of work. So we need more hands on deck. We have about 29 nurses trained, 20 are also in training now, but that is for the whole country, a country of 35 million people. So we also need to speak with each other. We need to promote multidisciplinary care because we can only solve this together. It takes a village to manage a child with cancer. So we need to collaborate, we need to talk, and we need to discuss. We also need to consider the survivorship care because a lot of these children are surviving. And as the previous speaker said, it's not just about the cancer, it's the total person. If this child has certain delays, how are we managing that? Are our schools ready to be able to make sure that this child can catch up in school because she missed 3 years of school? All these things are very important for us to consider. We also need to do more research and more data to be collected so that we can have further improvements in the kind of treatments and cures that we can get. And we need to also remember everything costs money. And financial assistance is a real problem when it comes to children with cancer. So just a reminder of SILU1, seek early medical help. Remember the eye signs. Any lump, painful or painless, is a red flag. Any unexplained symptom is important. Children should not be having aches and pains. Children also with neurological symptoms could be having a brain tumor. So in summary, I'd like to say early diagnosis and appropriate treatment is very important since over 80% of childhood cancers are actually curable. And to bridge the gap, we need all of us. We need all of us, government, healthcare workers, communities, international partners, patient navigators, survivors to tell their story so that to motivate the others to go through their treatment. So I'd like to thank all the partners that have been with us. I mean, World Child Cancer, even though they've been with us since 2010, even though the support is dwindling, they are still with us, trying to help us with transportation of patients to and from home to treatment centers. Lifeline for Childhood Cancer started in 2011 because it as a need for financial assistance, where we basically beg people to help with treating the children by giving money or a sunshine house for them, where they can have a place to sleep when they are far away from home. And also other faith-based communities. I would like to single out ICGC. They have been very instrumental for the past 15 years, where they raised some funds during Christmas to support some of our children. And all the families and all the care share units and health professionals that have been with us. So thank you very much for listening, but I've saved the best for last. So fundraising is a big issue, and in Kolebu, it's even worse because by the time they come to us, they've expended all the national input. We've seen that it can't take just the government to solve this problem. We collectively as a people, we need to see how we can help. So the 100 by 100 fundraising drive was launched just last week, Thursday. And the principle is if 100,000 people donate even 100 cedis, which is lunch money for some, it can go a long way to support the children who come with needs in Kolebu. One of the major issues is most of the time, the no-bed syndrome is there. Parents are sitting in chairs, holding their children who are critically ill. It's not the best care we can offer our parents. So that is one of the things that we want to change. We want to make sure that everybody who works in Kolebu at least gets the decent place as a parent to lie and take care of their child. We also want to make sure that we have good equipment to treat our children, and the needy children who need support, we can actually support them and not just wait for money to come from somewhere. So the 100 by 100 fundraising drive is on, and please be part of it. A lot of people are part of it. There will be special acknowledgements, special mentions, and special tax waivers for those who are in the corporate world. So I'll leave the QR code here. You can scan, you can donate whatever you want to donate to help to make sure that we leave a better legacy for our children of Ghana. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll leave the QR code for you.
Thank you, Dr. Shandov. Another round of applause for her, please. Now you take a few questions before she leaves us. Please, if you have a question, just raise your hand. You pass on the mic to you.
Very much for the elaborate presentation. You mentioned the lymphomas, the leukemias, and all those things. You didn't mention anything about the hepatic cancers in the children. I'm a bit concerned because I had a problem with that in the past.
Any more questions? Yes, another one. And please check online for us if there's any question from the online platforms.
Yeah, thank you very much for the brilliant presentation. My name is Abdurazak Dukru. Please, can you help me with the referral pathway? I'm asking this in the interest of we, the rural practitioners, because sometimes you come across these children and you get a bit lost whether you should refer to a pediatrician to do some minimal workup before. You might have a very high index of suspicion yourself. Can you help me with the referral pathway? How can we get our clients to reach such centers for care? Thank you.
The last question for this group.
Thank you for a very brilliant presentation. You mentioned that you have some of the childhood cancers that qualify for support. I'm learning something new. I was thinking that quite a number of the childhood cancers went onto the list for insurance support. I don't know how many of them have gone onto the Mahama Care list, but from your side, and I know that Prof. Rena had done a lot of work in this area, how are you dealing with the advocacy to move some of them to the list that qualifies them to receive support? I know it's a lot of work and effort to get it there. The other thing is that what is your group doing? I know you are only a few of you in terms of helping to deal with some of the associated factors. You mentioned HIV, for example. I mean, now no child should be born really in Ghana with HIV. You also mentioned Hep B. And for example, we want Voices to push so that we get the BEV dose program ongoing, that a child is born and is given the Hep B dose. So I want to know what your team is doing in these two areas. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that's Tina.
So thank you very much for the very excellent questions. So I'll start with the question on the hepatic tumors. So as I mentioned earlier, childhood cancers can happen anywhere and everywhere. Usually when we classify the tumors, because there are so many parts of our body, we say the blood cancers and solid cancers and brain tumors. So like that's like the big chunks of the classification. But under the solid tumors, we have hepatic, we have the kidney, we have the sarcomas, which are cancers of the muscles. We have cancers of the bone, osteosarcoma, cancers of the neural system, neuroblastoma. So there are so many. So I didn't specifically mention the subgroups, but yes, hepatic cancers do occur in children as well. Okay, so thank you for that question. Then with regards to the referral pathways, it's very important because we've realized that per our IMCI approach, you go from CHIPS compound, primary healthcare, secondary, tertiary. For childhood cancers, we've discussed with Ministry of Health, and now for childhood cancers, you do not have to go through that approach. From CHIPS compound, you can come straight to Kolebu. From secondary level, you can come straight to Kolebu. So the treatment centers that we have for treatment, Kolebu, Komfanoche, Greater Accra Regional Hospitals, that is where treatment can be done. For our care centers, usually when we start treatment and they need supportive care, transfusion, antibiotics, then they go there. But from any other facility, once you suspect a child has cancer, you can refer to any of the 3 major treatment centers. In the Volta region, let's say you can refer straight to Kolebu. So pediatric oncology never refuses patients. Once we know the child, we would make space for the child. Then when it comes to the question about the other cancers, so currently the NHIS covers 4 cancers out of the many that we have. That is acute leukemia, retinoblastoma, which is cancer of the eye, Burkitt's lymphoma, and also we have the Wilms tumor, which is the cancer of the kidney. So those are the 4 that the insurance covers, and it covers partially, not completely. So the Ghana Medical Trust Fund lifted those 4 to start with. We have had conversations with Ghana Medical Trust Fund and some of the policymakers. They do want to help, but I think mainly it's financial challenges. So they said they would like to start with the 4 that were already on the insurance, and then we can see how we can scale up to the other cancers. But I really appreciate if everybody joins in the voice to make sure that this is done, because I know it takes time and it takes a united front to be able to make sure that you don't have to discriminate children who would get treatment and who would not get treatment on the fund. So I hope I will get some support from you as well. But we've had those conversations. Sarcoma, soft tissue sarcoma, that is cancer of the muscle. So currently there are 5 out of the many. And we hope to increase the others as well. Then for the last question on some factors associated with childhood cancer. So now we are doing much better in terms of HIV, AIDS, and even hepatitis. For hepatitis, now any child or newborn born in a hospital whose mother had Hep B, we do their immunization and everything. For HIV, we also the importance of antenatal, picking them up early, having the prophylaxis when they are born and screening them as soon as they come. It's really important. I think it's way better. We used to have like very bad stage 4 HIV in children. Now it's actually rare. Now it's difficult to get those cases. Now maybe mother-to-child transmission picked up and being followed up, but we can do much better with education, advocacy, and also the antenatal care that we provide for the women. And it starts from before the woman gets pregnant, the sexual choices that we make as adolescents, because now there is a lot of risky behavior among the adolescents as well. We have children as young as 8, 9 getting pregnant when they should be in school. So that is also one of the areas that we can look at, making sure that our adolescents, our young adults and adolescents are also making the right choices when it comes to sexual behavior as well. But otherwise, I think we are not there yet, but it's much better with the immunizations.
Thank you so much. Any last question for Ernestina? Okay, then let's give her a round of applause. Now we invite Unichem to give us a message. You have 10 minutes.
All right. So, good afternoon. I know you are all tired. This is not going to be a presentation. It's going to be a game that we are going to play. And then the lucky winner will get a very big prize home. So I'll urge all of you to pick your phone. We are going to use our phone in doing it. So kindly pick your phone. And then you type www.menti.com. Menti.com. It's MENTI.com. Take your phone, your browser, and then you type www.menti.com. MENTI, menti.com. Then it requires a code. The code is 37676660. It's on the screen. The code is on the screen. 37 67 6660 6660 3767 6660. So we have 3 people joining. The code is 3767 6660. Menti.com. Then you enter the code. So 37676660. We have 11 people ready for the game, 12. So this game is called the fastest hand. The questions will come on your phone. You read very fast and then you answer the questions. You read very fast and then you answer the questions. Let's wait for 2 more people to join. Then we'll start. 7 6660. 3767 6660. Can we start? Can we start? Okay, so let's start. So the question is on your phone. You read very fast and then you answer the question. So 7 people had it right. Let's go next. So the leaderboard, that is the scores.
So if you don't find your name on the screen, it means that you are down there. So you have to struggle and come up. So we have Andre leading. So the rest are following. Let's go next. Next. So the next question. Good. So let's see the one leading. Okay. So Benjamin Brew is now leading. Let's go on. Next question. Wow. Let's see the leaderboard. Okay. So Benjamin is still leading. Next. Wow. Okay. Next. Okay. Dr. Edu say good. Okay. Let's go on.
Next. Dr. Benjamin. Okay. The last question. Okay, so our lucky winner for today is Benjamin Brew. Please, where is Benjamin Brew? Okay, please come. Please come. The second person is Sebastian. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Grateful.
All right, all right, all right. Shall we clap for the award winners? And I'm happy because Kaswa has taken the first prize. Thank you very much, our presenters, and thanks for making this afternoon session very lively. So I'm sure everybody is happy. All too soon, we've come to the end of the program. I thank you for allowing me to be your chair for the occasion. On this note, I say, Medamunginase.
Now, our national president will give us his closing remarks. Whilst he's coming, I want to remind you that there will be a cocktail at 5 p.m. The cocktail, the poolside.
Good afternoon, senior colleagues and colleagues. So this brings us to the end of our scientific sessions for the 45th AGM. It's been long but very educative. I've learned a lot from many of the presentations. As you said, new dynamics. We're learning a lot that the newer doctors are teaching us. So we'll go for a cocktail at the poolside, and then we'll continue with our plenary session tomorrow. After that, we'll have a tour of Oxygen City, dinner dance in the evening. Then the next day will be the media conference. Media conference. Then the traditional Ubuntu session. Then back to our various homes. So thank you once again and have a good evening. Thank you.